residents with mobility and medical needs who require assistance. None of us want an emergency, but we all must be prepared. Remember, keep your garage doors closed, keep your dogs on a leash, drive defensively, obey traffic signs and speed limits, and stop at all stop signs.
Thank you, Mike. Securitas report.
Board, FSR, thank you for having us. My name is Mike of security here at Sunlinks. With me is Lieutenant Roman. I'm here to provide your monthly stats. This is information you're going to be able to view online as well once I get done with this. So basically, it's a major incident review. The report covers key security related events across the month of June and July. Following categories represent the most significant types of incidents that impact the safety, perception of security, and operational planning for our community. First category would be police called incidents. We had about 4 incidents that occurred within this time frame, with security officers having to activate 911 due to the following. Could have been for residents reporting suspicious or aggressive individuals, trespassers refusing to comply with patrol commands, welfare checks where a resident could not be reached. I can inform from the internal logs that at least 3 separate calls involved external law enforcement responses. Our takeaway on this is that our role is to de-escalate before external involvement is needed. So in case the call was justified and it's appropriate, we automatically activate 911 and have law enforcement come out to have their way in trying to help us out and assist wherever it's needed. The second category falls under confrontations. We've recorded 4 incidents which occurred through the months of June through July 15th, but others discussed informally or recorded under overlapping categories like resident assistance or police called. All involved verbal disputes, either between residents or with unknown individuals. Events were recorded late in the evenings between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. as the most common time frame window when these incidents are taking place. None required physical intervention, though one was escalated to a police call for safety. The specific case involved a verbal altercation with a non-resident near one of our gates, which was resolved without injury. Confrontations also include disputes between residents and guests, individuals challenging the authority or actions of our security team, situations that escalate beyond courteous interaction. Our team has since reviewed and we continue to reinforce the de-escalation training and body camera use for accountability. My team is always recording every single incident when they're in the field, whether it be issuing a citation, doing welfare checks, or having any type of communication or conversation with residents. So for your safety and our safety, everything is always being recorded, and that's just to protect everybody that's involved in such situations. Next category falls into the suspicious activity. We had 14 incidents that were documented throughout that period, making this one of the highest single category counts for this report. Majority occurred after dark, indicating the late night patrol coverage is critical. Examples would include vehicles slowly driving through the community at odd hours, persons on foot near closed facilities, loitering or repeated drive-bys near community entrances. All were logged under an increased surveillance in affected areas. I've made it a point to increase our patrol coverage in a lot of our common areas and our gates, including the RV lot. We've ramped up patrol inside the RV lot to make sure that the units remain safe, and any suspicious activity is promptly reported to me. I will give directives into whether or not we should contact Banning PD, depending on the situation that calls. Trespassing would be our next category. We had 3 confirmed incidents involved. An individual accessing the community without authorization, all occurred during the night shift between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m., prompting revised protocols for after-hours patrol. We anticipate more of these types of incidents as seasonal weather invites more foot traffic. Gate and access concerns is the next category. So we had 11 cases of unlocked or unsecured gates during the nighttime patrols. All were either inoperable gates were officially logged into this report batch through damaged gate repair, which was completed late in June. Timely communication with maintenance ensures that we are resolving these matters quickly to preserve access and security. Six, we had vehicle-related incidents. So we had 3 vehicular accidents and 1 case of property damage that were logged. Incidents were involved with residents. Minor injuries were reported. Nothing major, though, to report on that part. Number 7 would be fire, medical, and safety-related alerts. We had 6 related matters involving AMR and CDF, which were documented on this report cycle. Categories would be fire hazard, medical emergency, or general safety hazard. All were monitored closely, especially during high temperature months or during holiday periods. So our observations, there is a noticeable concentration of major incidents during the overnight hours this past month, particularly between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Patterns suggest that most security concerns, including suspicious activity, confrontations, and trespassing, are occurring after dark, when visibility is lower and fewer residents are present outdoors. As Director of Security, I challenge my team to continue improved documentation practices and more active use of our reporting system and body cam usage. We continue to ensure all incidents are accurately logged and categorized in real time, allowing us to better allocate
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history. Plus, bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Hello, Sun Lakes. I'm Anita Lawrence, your Good Day Sun Lakes host. And today, Michelle Walter, chair of this year's charity fashion show and luncheon, is joining me, and we're going to talk everything about fashion show today. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you, Anita. I'm really happy to be here.
I'm so glad you could come in.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's get started. Michelle, what is the date for the fashion show and luncheon?
Okay, it is Saturday, September 27th. And especially with it being on a Saturday, I'm hoping that people that work are able to come and participate. So it's nice to have it on a Saturday so everybody can participate.
Yes, they'll really enjoy that.
Yes.
It's a nice weekend break for them.
Yes, it is.
And it's fun.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the fun things that you and your committee have planned for the day of the fashion show and luncheon.
Okay.
What time does everything begin?
So the doors to the veranda where we're going to have shopping and champagne
Mm-hmm.
by very handsome men.
Yes.
It starts at 10 o'clock. Those doors open at 10 o'clock. So then from there on, and that's for ticketed residents only. Those
Yes.
are the ones, they'll have a wristband. Actually, they're going to have a really cute little bracelet, and I'm not going to tell you all about it.
Ooh,
But
okay.
They're going to have something really nice.
All right.
Oh, okay. And then I'm sorry. Then the doors open to the ballroom at 11:30.
We have a little gnat that's bugging us.
And activities for the event will begin at noon.
Okay. Well, after participants enter the ballroom, what happens then?
So we have raffle baskets, and we're going to have a silent auction, and we have some surprises too. So there is cash only for the raffle tickets,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can use a credit card or checks will be accepted for the silent auction. And the silent auction is going to be awesome this year.
And sometimes it gets quite competitive.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Mhm, but it's all for charity.
It's all for charity, and that's
Okay.
what we have to make sure that everybody understands. It's not for us. It doesn't come back to Sun Lakes. It comes back to the pass area.
Okay. So what about the charity bar?
Oh, okay. So there is a charity bar and no alcohol. So you can't bring in your own wine or champagne and have it corked because we have so no outside alcohol is permitted at all. And you can buy drink tickets from Dave Puckett. He's going to be selling drink tickets.
Okay.
So they'll be able to get that. But they do get free champagne on the
Yeah.
veranda.
Yeah, that's a good way to start
Yes.
the fun day.
Yes.
Okay, after lunch, the fashion show is presented. Where are the fashions from this year?
So we have 2 boutiques that are going to be part of it. And one is Lush Lane, and that's from here in Banning.
Uh-huh.
And then we have Daisy Blue, and that's from Palm Desert. Their fashions are amazing. I'm really, really excited about it. And it'll be more fall fashions this year instead of summer fashions.
Okay.
So it'll be more going into fall and winter.
Okay. So how much are the tickets for the fashion show?
Tickets are $65. And we have a lottery. Sorry, this little gnat. And so actually yesterday I put the box out.
Okay.
So you can put your checks in there, and having a lottery, we've never turned anybody away. So I can't imagine that you wouldn't be able to get in. So I'm really excited. We're going to have 30 tables, 8 to a table.
Mhm.
So if they want to sit together, they need to have their checks all together
Okay.
and have their names written on the envelope.
Okay. Well, it's such a popular event.
Yes.
But, we have to do the lottery, but like you said, no one's been turned away.
No,
so-
no one's ever been turned away.
Okay. Well, when will the lottery be held?
The lottery is going to be held on August 25th from 9 to 11 in the bus room, and you'll be able to pick your own table.
Okay. And you have to have somebody present from your table to claim your table.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if they're not there, then we'll go ahead and pull another, and then that'll be the last person that we draw,
Okay.
because they have to be there so they can pick out their own table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we wrap this up, is there anything else you would like residents to know?
Yes, at noon, when everybody else is going into the fashion show, other residents may go on the veranda and they can do their shopping.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be open to everybody.
And there's always some fun stuff out there
Always.
to shop
Oh,
for.
we have some amazing vendors this year.
Yes, yes.
So I'm really excited about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like a fabulous day of fun, fashion, and shopping. And I want to thank you for joining me today. And Michelle and I look forward to seeing you at this year's fashion show and luncheon.
Yes.
See you there.
Bye. Thank you.
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history. Plus, bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Welcome, Sun Lakes, to another administration update for the month of July. My name is Christopher Mitchell. Of course, I am accompanied by Jason Ewalls. We're the Crimson Commanders right now with our shirt alignment. It wasn't planned, ladies and gentlemen, but it happened. So we're rolling with it. Again, it's a wonderful time in Sun Lakes. We've got a lot of projects that we're working on. So this update's really going to be focused on projects. It's not yet time for training camp for football, so we have no football commentary at this time. So with that, I'll start off with the budget schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, the budget schedule has been approved by the board of directors. And what this is, it kind of lays out to the community what is happening, the process for the budget for 2026. Yes, it's July, but we already started working on this project because it has to be finalized by October of 2025 in order to go effective date of January 1st, 2026. This will talk about, give you when there's going to be updates at the open meeting, at the delegates meeting, or at a workshop. And really, it's key important of what are we going to do with the budget? What's the assessments going to be? What projects are we going to work on? And so keep track of that. That will be found on the website also.
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history. Plus, bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Hello, Sun Lakes. I'm Anita Lawrence, your Good Day Sun Lakes host. And today, Michelle Walter, chair of this year's charity fashion show and luncheon, is joining me. And we're going to talk everything about fashion show today. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you, Anita. I'm really happy to be here.
I'm so glad you could come in.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's get started. Michelle, what is the date for the fashion show and luncheon?
Okay, it is Saturday, September 27th. And especially with it being on a Saturday, I'm hoping that people that work are able to come and participate. So it's nice to have it on a Saturday so everybody can participate.
Yes, they'll really enjoy that.
Yes.
It's a nice weekend break for them.
Yes, it is.
And it's fun.
yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the fun things that you and your committee have planned for the day of the fashion show and luncheon.
Okay.
What time does everything begin?
So the doors to the veranda where we're going to have shopping and champagne
Mm-hmm.
by very handsome men.
Yes.
It starts at 10 o'clock. Those doors open at 10 o'clock. So then from there on, and that's for ticketed residents only. Those
Yes.
are the ones they'll have a wristband. Actually, they're going to have a really cute little bracelet, and I'm not going to tell you all about it.
Oh,
But
okay.
They're going to have something really nice.
All right.
Oh, okay. And then I'm sorry. Then the doors open to the ballroom at 11:30.
We have a little gnat that's bugging us.
And activities for the event will begin at noon.
Okay. Well, after participants enter the ballroom, what happens then?
So we have raffle baskets, and we're going to have a silent auction, and we have some surprises too. So there is cash only for the raffle tickets,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can use a credit card or checks will be accepted for the silent auction. And the silent auction is going to be awesome this year.
And sometimes it gets quite competitive.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Mhm, but it's all for charity.
It's all for charity. And that's
Okay.
what we have to make sure that everybody understands. It's not for us. It doesn't come back to Sun Lakes. It comes back to the Pass area.
Okay. So what about the charity bar?
Oh, okay. So there is a charity bar and no alcohol. So you can't bring in your own wine or champagne and have it corked because we have so no outside alcohol is permitted at all. And you can buy drink tickets from Dave Puckett. He's going to be selling drink tickets.
Okay.
So they'll be able to get that. But they do get free champagne on the
Yeah.
veranda.
Yeah, that's a good way to start
Yes.
the fun day.
Yes.
Okay, after lunch, the fashion show is presented. Where are the fashions from this year?
So we have two boutiques that are going to be part of it. And one is Lush Lane, and that's from here in Banning.
Uh-huh.
And then we have Daisy Blue, and that's from Palm Desert. Their fashions are amazing. I'm really, really excited about it. And it'll be more fall fashions this year instead of summer fashions.
Okay.
So it'll be more going into fall and winter.
Okay. So how much are the tickets for the fashion show?
Tickets are $65. And we have a lottery. Sorry, this little gnat. And so actually yesterday I put the box out.
Okay.
So you can put your checks in there, and having a lottery, we've never turned anybody away. So I can't imagine that you wouldn't be able to get in. So I'm really excited. We're going to have 30 tables, 8 to a table.
Mhm.
So if they want to sit together, they need to have their checks all together
Okay.
and have their names written on the envelope.
Okay. Well, it's such a popular event.
Yes.
That, we have to do the lottery, but like you said, no one's been turned away.
No,
so-
no one's ever been turned away.
Okay. Well, when will the lottery be held?
The lottery is going to be held on August 25th from 9 to 11 in the bus room, and you'll be able to pick your own table.
Okay. And you have to have somebody present from your table to claim your table.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if they're not there, then we'll go ahead and pull another, and then that'll be the last person that we draw
Okay.
because they have to be there so they can pick out their own table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we wrap this up, is there anything else you would like residents to know?
Yes, at noon, when everybody else is going into the fashion show, other residents may go on the veranda and they can do their shopping.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be open to everybody.
And there's always some fun stuff out there
Always.
to shop
Oh,
for.
we have some amazing vendors this
Yes,
year.
yes.
So I'm really excited about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like a fabulous day of fun, fashion, and shopping. And I want to thank you for joining me today. And Michelle and I look forward to seeing you at this year's fashion show and luncheon.
Yes.
See you there.
Bye. Thank you.
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history. Plus, bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Welcome, Sun Lakes, to another administration update for the month of July. My name is Christopher Mitchell. Of course, I am accompanied by Jason Ewalls. We're the Crimson Commanders right now with our shirt alignment. It wasn't planned, ladies and gentlemen, but it happened. So we're rolling with it. Again, it's a wonderful time in Sun Lakes. We've got a lot of projects that we're working on. So this update's really going to be focused on projects. It's not yet time for training camp for football, so we have no football commentary at this time. So with that, I'll start off with the budget schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, the budget schedule has been approved by the board of directors. And what this is, it kind of lays out to the community what is happening, the process for the budget for 2026. Yes, it's July, but we already started working on this project because it has to be finalized by October of 2025 in order to go effective date of January 1st, 2026. This will talk about, give you when there's going to be updates at the open meeting, at the delegates meeting, or at a workshop. And really, it's key important of what are we going to do with the budget? What's the assessments going to be? What projects are we going to work on? And so keep track of that. That will be found on the website. Also, same location where you can find the monthly financial statements produced for First Service, non-food and beverage related, but everything else for the HOA. And then also the GM reports. I do a GM report monthly, kind of gives some key indicators, some key stats and information from departments of what's happening for the month and kind of looking forward. So you can look for that online as well. And so, Jason, I think one of the things we've also been a lot of message to managements and everything has been the spectrum, and it's the boxes. And so can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, just one thing with Chris, with your budget schedule there,
Yes.
that's also going to be located in the display cases at the 3 clubhouses as
Yes.
well. So if you need to see a physical copy, that's where one will be. Yes, with Spectrum, there has been a lot of calls that have come through. A lot of it has to do with the DVR. That was probably the biggest change in as far as equipment goes from the last 5 years was the reduction in your DVR. So the prior contract allowed you to have 2 DVRs.
Yes. Yep.
This one allows you to have one. There is a little caveat though. If you go with that Zumo box that they have, that's kind of a streaming box. Well, those Zumo boxes are already built in as a DVR. So if you were, you get 3 devices. If you chose 3 of those Zumo boxes, technically you would have 3 DVRs.
That's it.
But they are only allowing you to have one top box DVR,
Right.
the one that you're used to having, that
Right.
you've always had. So I've talked to people and they had 2. They said they don't need it. They returned it to the right across the street there. It's a great place to go. They do know our account very well. You might get better service and better answers there than you might calling on the phone.
Yep.
I don't know exactly where that number goes to. So it's usually someone on the East Coast
Yep.
or out of country that may not be familiar with our account.
Now, maybe you can hit on that Spectrum's also working to get Channel 97 on the Zoom.
You're correct. Yeah. So they have told us that they are working. The way that Channel 97 currently runs is it broadcasts from here, but what our team puts out, sends it to the hub in Yucaipa, and then that Yucaipa hub sends it back. We have a box here that pushes it out to all the homeowners. What the issue is, Chris, is that a lot of their equipment is still analog and not so much updated into their streaming world. That's something that's it's come about, and so they're trying to redo their infrastructure too. This is something right now that is currently only available through your coax, normal, your fiber that we have.
Yep.
So it only goes to your top boxes. So you're only going to get Channel 97 right now if you do have a top box.
Right.
If you have a Zumo, unfortunately, until they come up with a solution, which they say they're working on. So they have told me that they are working on a solution for that. Once they have that for me, they said they will inform. But until then, it is going to be tough. You'd have to view, go on to the website and view a lot of it.
Or
I do
come
know
to the meeting.
that is correct, or come to the meeting in person. I do know though that our production team with Bob Murray and Hernan are working on a way to stream the open board meetings, so that at least you can still, you don't have to be on Channel 97. You can go to YouTube or something and watch it streamed.
Good.
So that is something that the team is working on to kind of combat the issue of not being able to see Channel 97.
Perfect.
But again, it doesn't solve right now for all the other updates and everything that goes out. So that's why I really suggest you sign up through the website with your email address, sign up for the email blast. That way we can get you as much communication as possible.
That's it.
But again, there's a number in the lifestyles on page 2 that is for Spectrum if you just want to call. I have had residents say that they've had good luck. Again, just like anywhere else, you guys with customer service when you're calling, it really depends on the person you get.
Yes.
You know, sometimes you get someone that's really going to help, and sometimes you get someone that may not be as informative as you would like.
Yep.
But again, you can keep calling and keep those messages coming if you need to, and I can keep directing you the best way we can.
Perfect. We're also going to now talk about some of the projects that we're working on. There's a lot of projects.
Mhm.
So, Jason, why don't you start on the project list?
The big one that we're kind of working on right now is the lounge. It's kind of
Yes.
an ongoing, and
is.
really with the lounge, it's the acoustics. That's something that, like I said, when everything was designed back when the lounge was really kind of developing, it was based off of the old panels being there.
Yes.
So the sound system, everything was all based off of a flat ceiling, more or less. Now we've completely changed that. And, you know, with the fire department coming in saying those have to be removed,
Yes.
it's been horrible. So what we're doing and what is actually going to start this coming Monday, and I know a notice has gone out that the lounge, the rotunda area of the lounge will be closed Monday and Tuesday. And that's for the extension of the fire sprinklers. So what came about is those 4 fire sprinklers heads need to be kind of doubled and extended. So you'll have, in essence, 8 heads will be there. You'll have the 4 short ones that'll be at the top, and then you'll have 4 pipes extended down, just enough so that they come through the panels that'll be put up there, and you'll have 4 heads. That way they can, in the case of emergency, water below the panels. Right now, like I said, the 2-day job will start on the 21st and 22nd. That'll be completed. And then we're just waiting for the panels to be constructed. I believe there's 24 panels
Wow.
that are going to go in that rotunda area, some bigger, some smaller. So it'll be like a little star design.
Yes.
And then over the bar area, that recessed ceiling over the bar, that complete area will be a solid
Nice.
panel. So they'll cut out for the lights, cut out for the vents and everything, and the cameras. But it takes some time to fabricate that.
does.
The board had to choose the fabric, and they chose one that would blend in very nicely and
Right.
seamlessly to it. But they are in production on that. So I would expect that. What I'm hoping for is, you know, within the beginning of August, if not by mid-August or something,
Perfect.
we can get that in there. But we will notice when that comes about, we will be working with CCL on that, just because that one will be a little bit more obtrusive. It's going to cause probably a whole closure of the lounge, and it'll probably be for about 4 days,
Right.
because we're going to have to get a lift in there, some
Mhm.
scaffolding and everything built up. So that'll be coming. Again, keep an eye out with the email blast, Good Day channels, Good Day Sun Lakes, Channel 97, everything. We'll get everything posted out to you guys. We'll get signs up everywhere and give you as much notice as we can.
Yep.
Next one, we're moving on, still in the clubhouse, is an RFI. RFI is a request for information. And what the board has approved is a request for information from different vendors on the front doors. Those, I mean, I've been here 12, 13 years, Chris, and those have always been an
No
issue.
problem.
I still remember when they were put in 2014. And you know, they look nice and beautiful, but from day one we've had issues with the automatic door, whether
That's
it
true.
stays
Knock
open
on
too
wood.
long in the summer and it's too hot, too cold in the winter.
People selling items have been
that's
freezing or
it,
burning
you
up, and
know,
the receptionist.
correct,
Oh gosh,
correct.
yes.
So that's something that the board has said, hey, let's see what's out there. Let's get some information from vendors to see what solutions there. Is it a solution with a sliding door, an accordion door, a round, you know, rotund door, or, you know, the sliding round door? You know?
Right.
So there's a lot of different options. The board's fielding those all from different vendors, and we look to get that information shortly and get it in front of the board so we can get a decision.
Perfect.
So kind of moving from there, still facility related is the cameras. Those are something
Yes.
that's always been an issue. And Director Ganino has really stepped and been taking the lead on that with his background.
Yep.
He really has a lot of connections. So he's kind of trying to develop a plan that's going to lead to a full camera system. You know, we have the cameras in place. Now, some may need to be added here, but it's really that software behind it to get them all to talk to each other, one person to all see them, you know, be able to see it from anywhere you want, just like you can with your home. You know, when you
Yes.
have a little, you can
Your
see it
Ring
on your phone.
system or
Yeah.
whatever.
So that's really what Joe is kind of working on, and
And I
I'm
think
working
the-
with staff
The
on that.
wall and the
Correct.
gate
The
access are
perimeter, that's huge too. You know, along with that camera work is all that. It's that perimeter control.
Yes.
You know, and having, you know, whether it be sensitive wires or something like that, pressure wires, or, you know, anything that can stop somebody from crossing that boundary,
Right.
And notifying as soon as possible. So there's a lot of things coming down that I know Joe has plans for that he's really going to be bringing to the board and working with management on. So really looking forward to that, because like you said, that's something that our
And
residents really are keen on here.
It is, and that's his background, and working very well with him to get this done. We want to move. This has been an issue for the community.
Right.
You talked about, these are a lot of these issues that we're going to talk about are issues with the community, the front doors, the main clubhouse, the perimeter walls, the gate system,
Right.
the cameras.
Right.
And so I think we're finally moving forward with getting a lot of this done. And so we're very excited about that. And then speaking about
Correct.
gate,
Well,
I
that
think-
goes into gate 3.
Yeah.
The issues we have there. It's, RFIDs are, we have them and we've had them for a long time, but things are evolving as well.
Yes.
Some that we've had for a while aren't working. Some of the new ones aren't working with the old ones. So things have been reprogrammed, upgraded. The vendor's really working with us to try to get it done. It's like one thing gets fixed, and there's so many moving parts to the gate. It's not just the gate opener or the arm. It's the controller, it's the sensors, the readers, the loop, the forward loop, the back loop. There's multiple moving parts to it. And it just seems gate 3 has been a problem to where you fix one thing and it's like another thing goes bad. So I believe we're pretty much to the point where we fixed almost every part of them. So I hope that will be fixed here real soon. I know Securitas is really on it as well. They have been daily talking with the vendor, working on that. So it's something that we should have resolved real quick.
And then what I'd hope is that members will contact the administration office if they're still having a problem with their RFID sticker, scheduled appointment. There could be an obstruction. We're finding that people are driving cars that we get wind here, we get bugs on it, people wash it. Sometimes there's something that may obstruct the RFID that's on it. So our team can look at that. So please.
Right. Some of them, the cover,
Yes.
the little protective cover, some of them, some types are working on, sometimes it's not. So if you are having an issue, please, like I said, stop by the office. We can always check it out and see if make sure it's good and it's in the system and is still active. If not, try and resetting it for you, see if that works, or replacing if need be.
That's it. A couple other things we're working on that we've noticed for a while: street signs, the street names. We go to some of the sub associations, they've been worn down. So right now we are working on a 3-phase plan that will kind of address this for the community. Mark Schleiden is working on that, and we'll have that before the board so we can see if we can get moving on that. A big topic, again, with the delegates, with the board, is the pavement management plan for the summer. This is when you do your slurry seal. A lot of your heavy stuff of tearing up roads and everything occurs in a colder period of time. The slurry seals, the restriping happen during a warmer period of time. That's where we're at. And Jason, I think you've been, leading the charge on get the sub associations addressed with their parking stalls, their lines, some of the road issues. I know, especially
Palmer is really bad.
Yes.
It's a major thoroughfare there between Hogan and Palmer.
Yes.
And then, like you were saying, all the visitor parking areas and the subs have all are pretty bad.
And so this plan will be presented, will be finalized. The engineer was out here, should be finalized by August. And once we have an update from the board, we'll update the community. The other thing is the golf clock tower. That is a project. Joe Ganino has been championing that as well. It's the sale of bricks, memorial bricks, to fund the clock and the base. And it will be installed near the pro shop. There's a putting green there. If you go there right now, you'll already see where it's lined out where these bricks can go and the development of a seating area. So in essence, you'd have the beautiful clock. You'd see it from the restaurant. You'd see it from the driving range, but the putting green, and then pro shop hole 1. And then also you're able to go and sit around, see the legacy bricks that you can buy. I think it's 250 or for the smaller brick, 400 for the next size, then 1,000 for the corporate sponsorship. You can buy those at the pro shop. Go to the main pro shop there, and they have the form. You can pay at that time. Again, I think this is a great thing. A lot of clubs do this. Disneyland did it, and it's had that legacy that you've been here, buy a brick. I think it's a great opportunity.
Legion Stadium does it, Chris.
That's right, indeed. Yes. And then finally, one of the other topics that our items we're working on is the Cheers Bar real estate office. And so the board's plan, the board has been talking about this for about a year, is the idea of having a kiosk where the Cheers Bar is. And that kiosk would be manned by an agent or a brokerage that pays rent, but also a percentage of their sales that could be, paid to the association. So the association is actually making some money off this piece of property. Now, the board will be talking about it on the 23rd. The RFP will also be going out, and what that is, a request for proposal, will be issued out to the public. Anyone, if you're an
Be
agent,
on the Wade's
brokerage,
website too.
and on the website on the exterior side. So
Mhm.
anyone can look at it, put in a bid, and we're looking forward to getting that back and that will be a topic on the meeting for the
And
23rd.
that was something, Chris, that really putting it out on the public side of the website is huge because, you know, we did send it out to, I think, about 200 different
Yes.
Agents and brokers.
Just interest.
When we sent it out, and that was just off the list that we had compiled within the last 6 months
Mhm.
of home sales in here. But we know there's so many more that didn't
Yes.
get touched by it, and so that's why Chris putting it on the, you know,
Yep.
deciding to put it on the exterior
Yep.
side of the website is great. So for all of those of you that didn't receive it, if you are interested and want to put in a proposal,
it.
it's going to be there for you to
That's it.
fill out.
So Jason, why don't you give us some updates on sub associations?
Perfect.
please?
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, kind of getting to some busy times here with the subs pool
Mhm.
season. So that's always huge. With Lakeside, the pool hours are a little different than the other pool hours for children at the other associations, including the Master. They actually decided a couple years ago to change theirs from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., a little later in the afternoon. So just to keep in mind, Lakeside, your children's hours are 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. With Lakeside as well, they are having their next meeting. It's coming up next week as of this filming here. It'll be July 25th. It'll be at 1:30 p.m. in the multi-purpose room of the main clubhouse. So make sure you come and check that out if you have any questions you want to run by the board or discuss anything. With Lakeside as well, as we all know, insurance went up huge this year, and with Lakeside was no exception. And they really got hit hard to the point where a special assessment had to go out for a vote. That did come back through, and overwhelmingly there was a passing of it. They understood the seriousness of not having insurance possibly, so it did get passed, and you will be seeing it on your August statement for those of you that live in Lakeside. It'll be on your Lakeside billing for August. Again, you can either pay it all at once or you have 5 months to pay the $500 assessment. Again, now moving on to Lakeside 2, the pool hours. It goes back to the normal Fairway Villas and Lakeside 2 have the same pool hours of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. for the children, just like the Master Association. With Lakeside 2 as well, we are repairing some ground lights. There's an area between Nicholas and Nelson along Country Club. There's like pretty much like a pie shape that all the pagodas have gone out in that area there. So we are currently working on the solution there. I think it might be a bad photo cell, but we are investigating that and getting it repaired.
Nice.
Other thing is they are having their meeting as well. So Lakeside 2 will be having their board meeting, their quarterly meeting next Thursday, which is July 24th. Now their open session is at 3:30 p.m. And again, it will be in the multi-purpose room of the main clubhouse. Now with Fairway Villas, they just had their meeting. So they had their meeting this week. It was on July 15th. Their next one will actually be on Tuesday, October 21st. So that's their next quarterly meeting. And that will be at 2 p.m. again in the multi-purpose room of the main clubhouse. And like I mentioned previously, their children's hours are 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, Fairway Villas, also along Country Club, had some issues with some trees there. There was a pine as well as two plum trees that were dying. So the pine tree was causing some damage to the wall there and to the concrete, both sidewalk and coming into the patio of the unit there. So we want to make sure before it causes any major damage that needs to be repaired, let's get that out of there.
Yep.
So that pine tree is being removed for that reason. And then they're further down, right there, closer to Allen, there are two plum trees that are dying. They have reached the end of their life and they will have to be removed as well. Yep. So they are being removed by Artistic. They'll happen probably this next coming week. So if you do see them out there, that's what's going on there. Common Area Committee got involved with this as well. So they looked at it and said, yeah, they understood.
Got it.
So they'll probably be looking at for maybe replacement or something of that nature down the line. Again, one other tree that's being removed there is on Trevino and Archer on the northwest side. There's a tree there that is pretty much leaning almost out into the middle of the street.
Oh.
So really you can't even get a car under it anymore. It's like kind of got around it. The only thing go under is a golf cart. So that'll be removed as well, more just as a safety issue with it leaning over the street.
Okay.
So that kind of takes care of the subs right now. I said during the summertime here, just a busy time with the pools, keeping up on those. And any kind of, roof issues aren't as much now, but we always just try to be preventative for them and see what we can do for the fall. So.
Okay. Well, this concludes our update for the month of July. Stay tuned for further updates. Always pay attention to Good Day Sun Lakes. Email blast. If you're not on the email blast list, please make sure you turn in your email address to the administration office so we can get you on that list to send admin updates. Jason, anything else?
I just want to say, going along that lines, there are message to management on the website. There are two. Okay, there's the message to management.
Good
It just says message to management, and that will go to Chris and myself. Now, there's another little button right next to it that says message to F&B management. So that's F&B's food and beverage. That will go to CCL. So I believe that will go to Javier and Rachel's, who that goes to. So just remember those two deciphers there. I've had people send me ones for
Except for the
food and beverage, and
restaurant,
I've had people send management ones to food and beverage, and we just we send it to each other. But a lot of times it's just quicker if you can get the right button and send it the right way. So.
Okay, with that, I'm Christopher Mitchell, Jason Ewalls, wishing you a wonderful and safe rest of July. And also, members, do stop by and make sure you give your regards to Ed Anon and Bob for their hard work that they've done on Good Day Sun Lakes. And also check on Ed Anon and his throat. He had a sore throat for a while, but he is feeling much better. Take care. Talk to you soon.
Hello, Sun Lakes. I'm Anita Lawrence, your Good Day Sun Lakes host, and I'd like to welcome you to Coffee with the GM for the month of July 2025. Christopher Mitchell, the Sun Lakes General Manager, is here to answer questions, and topics of concern to the community.
So welcome, audience. Welcome. Beautiful. Had a little warm, but now it's kind of cooled off.
A little overcast out there.
Yes.
Might get some rain before the end of the week.
Perhaps, but it's still great walking weather, playing golf, walking dogs, whatever. It's great time.
Yeah, it is. Well, we have a few questions and topics to cover this morning, so let's get going.
Let's do it.
Okay. An announcement was made last week that the entrance for Gate 3 had been repaired. It is still not reading all transponders, and some residents are unable to enter through Gate 3.
Right. So this has been an issue. We had an issue originally with the RFID reader. That's the little box that can read your sticker and validates it that it's a true sticker. We replaced that. Automation Pride is the vendor that we use. They replaced it. The one that they installed was defective. It was under warranty, so they replaced it. Now we're having an issue with the sensor for the gate arm and just when it goes up, when it comes down. So we asked the members' patience, but it should tomorrow, which is going to be the tomorrow?
18th.
The 18th. We should have that fixed. The vendor will be back out. Now, if you're still experiencing an issue with your RFID sticker that it's still not reading, it actually then may be the sticker itself. So we'd like you to schedule an appointment with the admin office. They can look at it. They can validate that the number is good in the system. They can go out there also and make sure that there's nothing obstructing the RFID sensor in it. If that doesn't work, then we would then look to replace that. But first things first, if it's not working, have admin checking out, make sure that it is in our system correctly and that there's nothing obstructing it. Sometimes there might be a little plastic over it or something. We remove that and they're working suddenly. So that does happen, but we are going to get to the bottom of this Gate 3 issue.
Okay. All right. What is the status for improving the acoustics in the lounge?
Okay, so right now what we're looking at is July 21st and July 22nd. We'll have the sprinkler system installed. So they'll be hanging down. We have to extend those from their current location and extend them down closer to the floor. And the reason is because then we're going to install sound dampening panels. Now, unfortunately, the original panels that were put in there kind of blocked the sprinkler system. And so we have to have a little hole for the sprinkler system so it cannot be obstructed. So the 21st and 22nd, they'll install the sprinkler systems. Then they'll come in probably the first week of August. That's what we're hoping with the vendor. We'll then install the sound reducing panels. So keep your eye on Good Day Sun Lakes, notifications from Good Day Sun Lakes team and Ed Anon. Make sure that, again, you're keeping up to date. The 21st, 22nd, we do know that the lounge will be closed, but you can still get a drink at the bar. The bar window will be open. The restaurant will be open. Sandwich will be open, so you can still utilize those services.
Okay. Well, the Wolf Fire at the end of June was a good reminder for residents to have a go bag ready or to get one ready if you don't have one for future wildfire evacuation warnings or evacuation warnings or orders that may happen.
Right.
So how can residents inform themselves or stay vigilant when there is a wildfire in close proximity to Sun Lakes?
So of course, it's going to be the website is going to be your key area. EPAP updates on Facebook. Your EPAP coordinator can talk to them. Please sign up. You can sign up for an e-blast.
Yes.
We're working with that, so make sure your email is given to admin, and there's a form you had to fill out when you did your age verification. But I want you to go back and confirm with admin, hey, please use my email address so that we can get updates, because we do send out email blasts. There is the front gate with Securitas, 951-845-2163. EPAP is also 951-524-3126. Channel 97 as well. And there's another thing you can get, which is an app called Watch Duty.
Yes.
That is one that gives updates on fires, what's close, if you're in group 1, 2, or in it's time to go.
What zone you're in.
Zone you're in, right.
Mhm.
Watch Duty is a good app. It's free. Download it. That is a good app to use as well.
Mhm. I use that app.
Yes.
And I'm always getting messages about fires.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. The master board has announced that a clock tower similar to those found at golf courses and other golfing communities will be built on the championship course between the two putting greens.
Right.
For those residents that may not have heard about this project, can you tell them a little bit about it?
So yes. So right now that residents, to fund the clock and the base, we're selling bricks, and those bricks are kind of memorial bricks that you can have your name on it, your spouse name. There's three different sizes. There's an individual one. I think that's $250. There's a size bigger. I think that's $450,
400.
$400. And then lastly, there's a corporate one that is $1,000. And what the goal is that through those sales, it would fund the purchase of the starter clock. It's a Rolex clock. They're big enough that you would see it from the dining room, see it from hole 1. Also the base of it, because we have to have electrical connected to it. But then those bricks would be around it, and you can go over there and walk on it. There'd be a bench. We're looking to do bench seating behind it. And really that started about a month ago. And the bricks, you can get information on that and also purchase, put in your order for one through the Pro Shop. You'll go there. They'll have the nice forms there. You pay there at the Pro Shop. We're looking to expand it to the main clubhouse. We just have to get the POS system installed, etc. But right now you can go down to the Pro Shop and get your order in, because that is something I think we're really excited. You also go out there right now and you're seeing that they're already starting to do some shaping out there.
Okay.
So that project has begun. We're looking forward to it.
We've already bought our brick.
Nice.
Just because we've lived here longer than we've lived anywhere in our lives. So we wanted to be part of the project.
Thank you.
Okay. When is road work scheduled and which districts will be affected?
Okay, so right now, and this has been a hot topic. I know you're a district delegate as well. That is a big topic for the district delegates. So for the last couple of weeks, AEC, which is the engineering firm that kind of lays out the plans, what needs to be done, where, has been out there. One of the areas we're focusing on is the parking lots for the sub-associations, the 3 sub-associations. That has been a concern, hasn't been addressed. Jason Ewalls, who's the assistant general manager, but for the subs as the general manager, has been championing that project to get it done. So that will be part of the project. We should get a final plan knowing what areas, how much it's going to be in August. Then the board has to approve it. And then in turn, then we can update the delegates and community after that.
Okay.
Excuse me. So the timeline is about August. It's coffee with the GM, but I forgot to bring the coffee. So, oh well. But nonetheless, that's what you look for in August to get an update on that road work.
All right. Well, with summer heat, we could experience some power outages from time to time. Who should residents contact if there is a power outage?
So there's a couple of them that you can call, and I did bring a couple of banning utilities during the business hours, Monday through Friday, 951-922-3174. I'll make sure Ed Anon puts that at the bottom of the screen as well. Banning PD non-emergency after hours and weekends, 951-922-3170. You can also reach out to, again, Sun Lakes EPAP at 951-524-3126. And finally, excuse me, Securitas at the main gate, 951-854-2163. Just letting them find out. You can report it. There's a power outage. And they'll also have the information with Securitas and Banyan Utility to tell you, yes, there is an outage and what's the time for the power to be brought back. If it goes too long, and then of course that's when EPAP kicks in, and so
Right.
and then your coordinators will then you can contact your coordinators.
Okay.
Okay.
The North Clubhouse and Main Clubhouse pools will be
Yes.
closed for a short time on Monday, July 21st. Can you provide more information?
Yes, and so they'll be doing some trimming of the trees around it. We want to make sure as you're swimming, having a good time, you're not hit with palm fronds or anything. And so on the 21st, the North Clubhouse pool will be closed 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. And then the Main Clubhouse pool will be closed 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Please be patient as they have to trim those trees. And then as soon as they're done, get back in the pool and stay cool.
Okay. Well, that's all the questions or topics we have for today. Do you have anything else you want to cover?
There's going to be a lot of, excuse me. Wow, I need to bring coffee
Need
to
your
this meeting.
coffee.
There'll be some things that I'm hoping that the community will go to the board meeting on the 23rd. There'll be updates going on, what new things are happening. There's talk about a real estate office, a kiosk in the Main Clubhouse. That will be discussed. They'll be talking about projects. I'm sure there'll be updates on the clock tower and some other projects that we're working on. So I always invite members, please go to the meeting or watch the board meeting, because that's where you get updates directly from the board of directors. So that's a key. Other than that, I wish everyone a happy and safe rest of July.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining us today. If you have a question or for a topic you'd like to have discussed, there are 3 different ways that people can send them in. You can visit the Sun Lakes website at sunlakecc.com. And after you sign into your account, your member account, there is a button that you can push that says Message to Management. There's a box in the main clubhouse lobby where you can write out your question or concern. And there's also a Sun Lakes app that you can download and send your message to management that way. So I hope that Chris has been able to answer some of your questions today, and we look forward to seeing you the next time we get together for Coffee with the GM. I'm Anita Lawrence for Good Day, Sun Lakes.
Ciao.
Bye.
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history. Plus, bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Hi, I'm John. I'm chairman of the Library Advisory Committee. We need new members on the committee. The role of a Library Advisory Committee member involves attending a 1-hour monthly meeting of the committee. Additionally, committee members take turns labeling books and attempt to balance the number of books in our library. If you are interested in serving as a Library Advisory Committee member, please contact me, John Hasha, at 626-533-5098 or Laurel Stanley at 585-378-0803. Thank you.
Looking for a sweet way to enjoy your afternoon? Join us at the main clubhouse for our ice cream social. For just $3, you'll get 3 generous scoops of ice cream topped just the way you like it. This is your chance to cool off, connect with Sun Lakers, and treat yourself to a little sweetness. Save the dates, July 7th, August 4th, and September 8th. Ice cream will be served on the lobby side of the main clubhouse ballroom from 2 to 3 p.m. while supplies last. We can't wait to see you there. Call us at 951-845-2191 with any questions. Let's make it a sweet summer together.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joe Ganino, and I'm on the master board here at Sun Lakes Country Club. Today, I want to introduce to the community a new program, if you will, A Time to Remember. A Time to Remember is a development that the board came up with. It's a project where we're going to put a tower clock like most major country clubs across the country already have. And it's time for Sun Lakes to have it as well. It's seen at Pebble Beach. It's seen at Torrey Pines, at the Olympic Club, at St. Andrews, and now Sun Lakes Country Club. Time to Remember will be funded 100% by donation bricks that will go on sale starting on the 26th in the Pro Shop at the Championship Golf Course. These bricks will create an honor to a loved one, a celebration of a memory, and you'll be able to leave your legacy here and leave your mark that you lived here at Sun Lakes. It's 100% forever. The clock has an 80-year warranty, and the bricks have a lifetime warranty. So we hope that you will engage and embrace this new project with us. I hope that you're able to leave a legacy for a loved one that may have passed, and to leave your family name with the rest of us, because we are one big family here at Sun Lakes. So again, the bricks are on sale now. Please come down, look at the sizing, look at the colors, and leave your legacy here at Sun Lakes.
Big news, Sun Lakes! A brand new dog park is coming to our community, and we want you to help us name it. That's right! We're launching a naming contest and inviting all residents to get creative. To enter, just stop by the front desk at the main clubhouse lobby and fill out a quick suggestion form. It's that easy! The contest is open now, and the winning name will be announced on Wednesday, August 27th. This is your chance to make your mark and be part of Sun Lake's history, plus bragging rights are totally included. Let's give our pups a park name that's as fun as they are.
Hello, I'm Anita Lawrence, your Good Day Sun Lakes host, and I'm excited to have Javier Sarmiento here, the Director of Food and Beverage for CCL Hospitality, to introduce him to the Sun Lakes community. Welcome to Sun Lakes, Javier.
Thank you, Anita. Appreciate it. Glad to be here. Happy to be here.
Well, when we'll get started here, can you tell our viewers about your background in the food and beverage industry?
Well, certainly. So I've been in the food and beverage industry for 32 plus years, and started all with Hilton Hotels and kind of move on from there, and kind of climb up the rank within the ranks itself. Worked at various houses, meaning, various deviations of Hilton. Did a lot of various jobs for Hilton. I was closing hotels, opening hotels. Did task force for Hilton, meaning that I would have to go to hotels that were in distress, and then figure how we can, improve things and go from there. Did that for some time, prior to getting married, obviously. And once I got married, that kind of changed a little bit. And worked for various, like I said, other hotels, as well as the West End. Worked for Great Wolf Lodge here in Southern California. And that was from Hilton as well, back to some of the properties, and then just got into the CCL hospitality side of it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you are part of the CCL hospitality team that joined Sun Lakes on April 1st to operate and manage the Sun Lakes dining venues. Since April 1st, there have been considerable training of staff, new menus, new hours, and implementation of new systems, one of which is the point of sale system that has not been fully functional. Can you explain the POS system and everything else going on behind the scenes to bring a better customer experience to diners?
Most certainly, Anita. So we have, like you mentioned, the new point of sale system, POS, that we know. And that is actually a tool that we utilize in the hospitality industry or restaurant industries to kind of make efficient work within the servers, as well as, the kitchen and the communication from front of the house or back of the house. So this is an ongoing process that we're actually still dealing with, as far as working out all the kinks. As you know, every time you kind of start a new system, and there's the little kinks that come with it, and so we got to make sure we iron all those out. But we're getting there, and so I'm excited to see all the potentials that we have with the system. And it's been definitely an ongoing training with the staff. And that's the part that's exciting, because I think that, getting everybody on board and being able to kind of, step up to the next level, again, going back to basics, as far as like hospitality 101, just going and seeing, how do we start from, receiving that guest, greet him, smile in your faces. So, again, there's a million lists of things that I can go on and tell you about, hospitality or service 101. But again, this is the stuff that we'll be working on since day one to ensure that all of our staff, as much as front of the house as back of the house, is trained on their standards.
All right. What new and innovative ideas do you hope to bring to the Sun Lakes customers?
Wow. So there's a lot of things that are happening. I mean, some of the things that you've seen already that we kind of modified and make some adjustments to. Have been hours of operation. You've seen the Sunday brunch. It's going to be happening every single Sunday. And this is going to be an on work on progress. Obviously, this is something that we're excited to see because, as a new community, we got to observe first and get the feeling from the residents and from the members, getting their feedback and figuring out what's working, what's not working. And again, just trying to implement things that are going to be fun for members to enjoy and being able to just, again, build on that every single day. So that's extremely part of us being able to do that.
All right. How do you stay up to date with industry trends and best practices?
The trends. So let's see. We have CCL Hospitality, has a tremendous amount of support and tools that we can utilize, and we actually get sent every single month, different notifications as far as things that we can read on and keep updated with. I'm also blessed to be in the industry for many years and having a lot of good connections within the hotel industry. And I love to see new places, and every time there's a lot of people that I have promoted within the years that work for me have called me, friends that, I hire, from various positions and kind of lead up to becoming now GMs and things like that at other hotels. They'll call me and say, hey, we're trying this thing new. You want to come and take a look at it, from equipment, from, just techniques and things like that. So, I like to do that. I like to go out with my family, always, and enjoy food, as you can see. And that part of it is extremely important. And, but it's every day. I mean, there's videos out there that you can actually take off, from TikTok, from Instagram, and things like that. But for the most part, it's the sort of articles that I read, as well as, again, just being out there within the business itself.
All right. What changes can customers expect from CC Hospitality and from you?
So again, I talked about earlier in regards to the different hours of operations that we already modified. And then there's going to be lots of things that we're going to be trying, from seeing like the brunch. You just experienced the brunch this past weekend, the Easter brunch, and we're kind of, again, work in progress. As they say, you hear this coming from me a lot. It's baby steps, and as well as getting the good, the bad, and the ugly. I want to hear that information, but with this, just making those modifications for Mother's Day to make those corrections and those tweaks to ensure that we get members, what they're looking for. And so that is something that you will see coming from us. It's just various events that you're going to be experiencing, hopefully, and get to enjoy and give us a feedback on that.
All right. As the food and beverage director, you oversee all aspects of operating an efficient and high quality operation. How will you manage the consistency of the menu items that are served?
So Anita, it boils down back to training, as I talked about earlier, and just, training and daily checkups and inspect what you expect. I'm a firm believer of that. I know that has worked for me for many years and various houses that I worked at. And I think that right now, the training that we have done, with the support team with CCL, it's been phenomenal. I mean, just from back of the house, we have a whole support team of executive chefs that came over and working with our current team members, ensuring that they understand the consistency of the menu items, consistency of the recipes. We have recipe books, we have pictures, and besides that, again, as I mentioned earlier, tasting the food is extremely important, and we have our servers ensuring that, they're capable and power enough to taste the food. Because obviously to me is, if you don't know what you're selling, or if you don't taste what you're selling, then how can you explain that to a customer? And so, to me, that's extremely important. Give you an example. I'm a soup gentleman. I love my soups. So one thing that I do on a daily basis is I come in and I taste the soup. You know, I want to make sure that the consistency is there, that the flavors, that everything that needs to be on that soup, it's there. And if it isn't, then I'll have a conversation with the executive chefs and so how we can tweak it and make sure that it's to the right consistency. But again, it boils down to just training and inspecting what you're expecting. We have a process in the kitchen, what we call expediter. That individual is the one that is standing in front of the line and kind of removing or orchestrating all the tickets there or the food that's coming out of the line from the cooks. That individual, I like to have that person be a culinarian, just because they're the ones that really see what those plates are looking like and how they need to look. And so that's the person that, to me, is important to ensure that they're communicating with the servers and having that quality insurance with residents.
Are you planning to bring some special events to Sun Lakes customers that they may not have experienced before?
I hope so. Yes, I actually not hope so, but I know we will. It's definitely it's part of our agenda is to ensure that we have new and innovating things. As you say, like I said, we have things that are coming up in the future. You see something that's going to be our grand opening from the ballroom. I think that we're going to have this in sometime in May, and then among other things that we're going to be doing. So more to come. I said this is going to be a work in progress, and that's we're just excited about it. So just looking forward to a lot of those changes and a lot of those new events that hopefully we'll be detailing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we're going to all look forward to that too.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you already touched on this, but do you want customer feedback in order to provide better customer satisfaction and service?
To me, it's a must. It's honestly, if we don't have customer feedback, I cannot fix what's unknown. And a lot of times, we are there on the operation day to day, and it's vital to ensure that we get the customer feedback. As far as being able to have that information from the residents, some of them, that I spoke, a lot of the members that I spoke with, they said, can I give you the true feedback? And I said, I want to have the true feedback because that's exactly how it needs to be. Like I said, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? And I think that is important. That's the only way to improve. We got to be able to hear the good stuff, the bad stuff. But we don't take it personal. We want to make sure that we kind of build on that and kind of grow from there.
All
yes,
right.
ma'am. So it's definitely a must.
Well, it's my understanding that there is now a place on the Sun Lakes website where residents can send a message to the food and beverage management. Would you like to speak about that?
Well, certainly. So that location, you actually get the chance to get direct contact with me, and so that email will be going directly towards me. In addition to that, we also have a system called Happy or Not, and you'll see some of those kiosks. I think there's 2 kiosks currently that we have in the operation. I think one is inside the restaurant or by the sandwich, and another one near the bar area. And that is actually a kiosk that you can just walk up to and then kind of give us your feedback. Different various of options there. And then we get a report on that on a daily basis. And that's another piece of tool that we use to kind of, measure satisfaction and going from there. So yes, that's important.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, on a personal note, can you tell me about your family?
Well, certainly. So, my family, let's see. Been married with my wife for 20, going on 22 years now.
Newlyweds.
Yeah, newlyweds. Well, yeah, newlyweds, right? Yeah. So, we have 2 kids. My son is 21. He is actually going to Cal State Fullerton for criminal justice. My daughter is currently 18, going on 27. And so and she's doing a cosmetology program for estheticians. So she's excited. She's all into that kind of stuff. But great kids, and enjoy spending time with the family. Just when you're else. Whenever I'm not here, I'm with my family, and then you'll hear that a lot. So we do a lot of being Colombian, because I'm originally from Colombia in South America, and my family has always been very united and together. So I spend a lot of time with my sister. I have one sister here. And my parents are retired. They're actually in South America. They worked many years here. And so, they come in back and forth and we get to visit them. So, whenever I have time to be able to go down to South America, I'll do that. But again, it just any excuse to dance with my wife, it's always welcoming. So we definitely do that a lot with my wife and try to do that as often as possible.
So when you aren't working, you like to travel and you like to dance.
Oh yes, yeah. So one thing that you hear about Colombians is that we love to dance, and so hopefully that's something that we do on a weekly. Plus, it's a great exercise. Maybe the exercise I don't do on a daily basis, but that's okay. I'll get my exercise when I'm dancing with my wife.
Well, I haven't made it to Colombia yet, but I just made it to South America. We went to Argentina. That was our
excellent.
6th continent before hitting our 7th continent
Nice.
of Antarctica.
Oh my goodness!
So,
Wow,
yeah.
that must have been a fun trip.
It was.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go further south, but yeah, I mean, my parents have, and they say it's beautiful. So, yeah.
What the little bit we saw of Argentina was just gorgeous. Just
Excellent.
gorgeous.
Excellent.
Well, before we wrap this up,
Yes, ma'am.
is there anything else you'd like to say to the Sun Lakes community?
I think that it's, first of all, I want to thank you for the support and appreciation. And I think that it's important for us, like I said, to get the feedback from members and everything we do. I mean, from service to quality of food. And, again, just thank you. I mean, we're here to serve you, and we're looking forward to making adjustments and changes to things that are, that we can improve on and make things better for everyday operation. So just give us the opportunity to give you that service. And I know that this is a large community. So we're looking forward to serve you.
Thank you, Javier.
You're welcome. Anytime.
It's been my pleasure to talk to you today and introduce you to the Sun Lakes community. If you haven't had the chance to meet Javier yet, stop by the Sandwich, the Lounge, or the restaurant and say hello.
Most certainly. Just stop by, pull me aside, and I'll be happy to have a conversation with you.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm Anita Lawrence for Good Day, Sun Lakes.
We have a lot of movement in the past 2 months in the storage lot, which have eliminated our wait list, except for the large spots of 55 feet. So therefore, we currently have 5 spots available in various sizes. So if anyone needs a spot, now is the time to get one. I mean, all last year, we were 100% full. So because of the turnover at the end of the year, now we have 5 spots available. So now's the time. If you need a spot, please contact Julie Jacobson, which is a new person in the administration office. And like I say again, if there's somebody out there that needs a spot, that's RV related, now's the time to jump on it. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. Restaurant and Lounge.
Hello and welcome to this series of how to turn off your utility meters. We at IPAP are tasked with helping our residents prepare for an emergent or catastrophic event. Many of you are aware that we live within close proximity to several earthquake fault lines. It is extremely important that we all are prepared for the big one. Riverside Emergency Management Department suggests that we be prepared to sustain ourselves for up to 10 days. We at IPAP feel that knowing how to turn off your meters is an important task that every resident should know how to do. In the event of a disaster, there may not be anyone that can help if you need these tasks done. Depending on the type of emergency, the electric company may turn off the electric power to grids that are involved in the emergency. This may take them several hours. Your electricity may not be turned back on for several days. We will start with the gas meter.
Hello, my name is Chuck Chapman, and today we're going to show house or condo in case of an emergency. The gas meter is usually located like this. You can run one tool that is already attached here by the homeowner. You're going to turn this valve off, and you will notice that the slot is in line with the pipe. And to turn it off, you're going to turn the valve so the slot is crossways to the pipe. To do that, you just put the wrench on here, and you're going to push it down, or you're going to go the other way. The valve goes both directions, and you will not break it. So again, when the slot is sideways, the gas is turned off. Today we're going to show you how to turn off the electricity to your house, which will be done at the electric panel, which is normally on the side of the house. You're going to see this rectangle box. There will be a tab here that you normally have to depress and wiggle with the door. They're all a little different. Then you will lift up the door, and you'll notice that the main disconnect is usually the largest breaker. The rest of them are usually identified to show the different parts of the house that you can turn off. But you're going to turn off the main, and you just push it all the way to one direction and it will say off. And that will disconnect the whole house. And today we're going to show you how to turn off your water meter in case of an emergency. So the water meter is out towards the street. You're going to see a box that's usually got a concrete top to it. And you're going to have to stick a handle in here to lift it up because it's very heavy. So I have this tool that isn't specific for it, but you'll take the concrete lid off and you'll notice that there's a handle on this side here. You can also turn it off here. That's usually for the water company themselves. They all have handles. They all turn 1/4 turn, and then they stop, and your water will be off. They can usually be turned by hand, but if they can't, you can stick a wrench in here and figure it out. And you just basically turn it, and it's turned off. In the event you ever turn your water off and you need to turn it back on, I would recommend to turn it slowly on until you start to hear water go through it. Let the pipes fill up, and then when you hear the hissing stop, you can turn it all the way open. That helps protect the pipes so they don't break. On the second spot on your property to turn the water off, there will be another shutoff by your front door, by the hose bib, or sometimes it's on the other side of the house by the rear gate. But there is a third spot, sometimes at the condos, sometimes the newer homes. This device of the pressure regulator and the shutoff will be inside the garage. So it's very simple. On the house water shutoff is a ball valve normally, and you'll notice that the handle is in line with the pipe, which means it's on. If you want to turn the water off, you turn it crossways to the pipe. There are a few houses that have a gate valve, and this particular gate valve is for the sprinkler system only, but sometimes there's a gate valve here. If you need to turn it off, it's like normal, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, and you just turn this till it stops and your water will be off. And again, when you turn water to your house back on, you want to do it slowly so you hear it hissing and the pipes will fill up, and then you can open it all the way.
The Fiber Artist Group will begin the year with high hopes of sharing our work and teaching others. If your resolution is a new hobby, we are here to help. There are no dues, just a gathering of yarn enthusiasts working together. We meet in the North Clubhouse every Monday at 12:30, except on the third Monday, when we meet at 11:30. On the second Monday of the month, we share our yarns and supplies. On the last Monday of the month, we share a potluck lunch. We are continuing our blanket project for the Kaiser Hospital in Fontana for premature babies. If you have questions, please call Carol at 404-245-6939 or Diane at 801-367-5999. Come and enjoy the fun and creativity of fiber art. You'll be glad you did.
Being a caregiver can be very stressful, tiring, and creates a sense of loneliness. Your life is consumed in the care of someone else, not yourself. There is help. The Sun Lakes Caregiver Support Group. We meet every third Thursday of the month in the multipurpose room from 10 a.m. to noon for the caregivers. Their loved ones are cared for in the arts and craft room with entertainment, puzzles, exercise, and more. All types of caregivers are welcome. Some of the topics we cover are caregiving basics, dealing with stress, and support resources. For information, please call Diane at 951-765-7460 or Doug at 360-840-5559 or Ann at 951-845-8700. You are not alone. We are here to help.
You are invited to come to the North Clubhouse for our beginning class. Every Tuesday and Thursday from 11 a.m. to 12 noon, tap shoes are provided, and the fee is $30 per month. You'll be receiving great benefits in 2024 by just starting to tap your feet. Number one benefit is balance, not to mention increased energy, cognitive stimulation, cardiovascular health, bone strength, and the best, burning calories. Come by and dance with us. Last month, Jean's Tap Group performed at our Christmas tree lighting ceremony.
Remember when we landed, it was humid, it was hot. 4-day operation, we were walking point a lot. Humping through that jungle, how thirsty it got. Man, do you remember? Remember when we'd stop, set up for the night, spread out in a circle, hope the moon don't get too bright. Praying it don't rain, just waiting for the light. Man, do you remember? Been a while now since I talked to you about all the crazy times we had, all the hell that we walked through, the good, the ugly, and the bad. Can't share this stuff with no one else. I don't like talking to myself. You know I don't like to drink alone. So here I am again, pouring whiskey on your stone. Remember all the dreams we shared over coffee and some Spam? You were gonna drive for NASCAR, I'd be a music man. When we got back to the world, yeah, we sure had big plans. Man, do you remember? Oftentimes I think about the way that day went down. If I'd been standing where you were, I'd be laying in that ground. But that ain't how it happened, and there ain't no peace I've found. And it hurts me to remember. Been a while now since I talked to you about all the crazy times we had, all the hell that we walked through, the good, the ugly, and the bad. Can't share this stuff with no one else. I don't like talking to myself. You know how much I hate to drink alone. So here I am again. Yeah, here I am again. Pouring whiskey on your stone. Whiskey on your stone.
We were informed by CCL, who is running the food and beverage operations, that they will not accept gift cards or script. And I know a lot of members are still holding on to gift cards, wanted to use them in the restaurant, and unfortunately, they will not be able to do that. But if you can still use your script and your gift cards in the pro shop, that still able to buy shirts, buy golf supplies, equipment, use your script there as well. Now, to accommodate members who may want to turn in their gift card that said, hey, I just had a gift card that I just wanted to use for food and beverage, you can redeem your gift card. You can bring your gift card down to the administration building, turn it in either to Connie at the front desk or Desiree sitting there right across from Connie. And you can turn in your gift cards and we will redeem it with a check. You're not going to get cash right there. The association has to track a gift card coming in and a check payment going out. And so it may take up to a week to process that check. And we have been hit with a lot of members coming in to redeem their gift cards. So we ask for patience as we work through that. But again, you can come down, turn in your gift card, and we will send you a check for the remaining balance on the card. But again, you can still use your gift cards and your script in the pro shop. Now, script, you will not be able to redeem that for cash, unfortunately. You will have to use that in the golf pro shop. So we apologize for that. But we have a solution with the gift cards at least to help rectify that issue.
We are entering the hot season. This means sidewalks and roadways start to become extremely hot. If the air is 80 degrees, sidewalks can be 110 degrees, and the asphalt can be 130 degrees or more. Here is a report about the dangers to your pet in hot weather from KOB TV in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
In your health news this morning, you may be taking your dog or cat out more often because of the nice weather, but get this, those hot temperatures don't just dehydrate your pets.
Yeah, think about their little feet on the hot cement, right? Casey Torres talked to a vet who says the summer months can really do serious damage on the pet's body.
He's named Heimdall.
He's a big old baby. He's real calm. He really likes people and he likes other dogs, so.
And he loves going to the dog park.
We try to do the dog parks in the mornings around 9 o'clock, between 9 and 10, and in the evenings. So I try to do it maybe 3 to 4 times a week.
Dr. Veronica Bigeman, a veterinarian at Zia Pet Hospital, says those times of day are great to prevent serious injuries to their paw pads.
I have seen dozens of cases where pets have burned their paw pads or they've sustained some form of injury from the hot weather.
Concrete, asphalt, turf, and other hard surfaces can turn into hot plates during the summer months.
Our dogs can experience something as minor as a first-degree burn where it's just the surface, but it can be as progressed as a fourth-degree burn where there's actual tissue showing.
Serious cases can call for stitching the paw pad back on. Another thing to keep in mind is that if your bare feet or hands can't stand any surface for more than 3 seconds, then it's too hot for your dog or cat. It doesn't just take torn pads or bleeding to warrant a visit to the vet. There are other signs of injury.
You might notice they might be licking their feet more, they might be limping, they might be a little bit painful or reluctant to walk.
Dr. Bigeman recommends booties, protective paw stickers, Torres Kill Before.
Thank you, KOB TV, for this informative report. So, please remember that your pet is walking barefoot and its paws can be burned when outside during hot weather days. EPAP Animal Rescue is always looking for foster caregivers for pets that have been abandoned due to the death of its owner or the owner can no longer take care of the pet. If you are looking to give a pet a forever home, please contact Sandra Bergen at 951-797-0669. This message is presented by EPAP Animal Rescue. Anita Lawrence reporting for Good Day Sun Lakes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Etanisla Lopez Ortiz, and I am the Manager of Planning Compliance here at Sun Lakes Country Club. Now, to address the immediate issue, no, you'll never say my name perfectly, and that's just fine. Just give it an honest try. That's all I ask. As Planning Compliance Manager, one of the things I do have to insist on is that every resident and homeowner here in Sun Lakes abides by the governing documents. Now, I know the governing documents can be quite a read to sit through, but that's why it's my job and my staff's job to help you understand these confusing terms. Today, I would like to introduce to you the most common form homeowners will be using here in the administration office. So if you want to make a change to your property, if you're in a single-family home, this would be anything in the front yard, the backyard, the exterior of the house to include the roof and the windows. If you are in the condos, this would be a change to the exclusive use areas such as the front stoop of your home, your front door, and the rear exclusive use area that everybody calls the backyard. If you want to make a change to those areas, you'll have to submit a home improvement application. Your application would go to the Master Architectural Committee, or if you're in the condos, your relevant board of directors, and they will review your request, judge them against the governing documents, give a decision, and then me and my staff, we will update you what that decision is. The form you'll be using most often is the Home Improvement Miscellaneous Application. This form is easily available from the Sun Lakes website, or you could come to the administration office and get them from the form holders in the hall. There are no fees to download, obtain, or have us email this form to you. We want to make it as easy as possible for you to submit your request to the committee. Now, one thing about the form, and this is true for all of our applications, they all have 3 subjects in common. The first is an area to enter your information, where you live, the home you want to modify, and if you want our response to go to a different address. There's an area that I call the summary of your thesis statement, 1 or 2 sentences about what you want to do. In the middle is the neighbor awareness section. The governing documents do require that all applications have 2 neighbor signatures, and that would be 2 neighboring homeowners. However, the committee does understand that a lot of Sun Lakers can be hard to catch at any given moment, so they provide that the 2 neighbors who sign here can be within 3 doors of you, on the left, on the right, or across the street. Now, this is the most important part. Don't forget to sign your form at the bottom of the page. Half of the applications we return are because the homeowner did not sign. Once you've completed your application, you would include it with any information that you want the committee to know, diagrams of your yard, specifications of the windows, a list of your desired paint colors. You would submit that in the administration office. You would drop it off with the front desk receptionist, and then at the next available meeting, we present it to the committee on your behalf, and then we return the committee's results to you. If you have any questions about how to complete the form, or if you're not sure if the information you have is enough for the committee to review, please come down to the administration office and meet with myself or any member of the Planning Compliance Department. We're open when the admin office is open, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And you can always email us as well. If you have any questions, please come talk to us. Thank you for watching, and I hope you folks have a good day. Good day. My name is Etanisla Lopez Ortiz, and I am the manager of the Planning Compliance Department here at Sun Lakes. No, you will not be able to pronounce my name perfectly, and that's okay. I just ask that you give it an honest try. For this quick segment, I would like to introduce to you a subsection of the governing documents that references your contractors. So, once upon a time, contractors had to be registered with the administration office to do work for you, but that has come and gone, and now any contractor may come into Sun Lakes to do work, provided you as the homeowner consent to that contractor doing work for you. Now, the contractors that do come into Sun Lakes, they are expected to abide by our governing documents, and many of them don't know what is expected of them. And that's why in the administration office at the form holders, there is a handy pullout that you can get for yourself and for your contractors. What this handout is a collection of all the relevant rules, not just for the Master Association, but also for the sub-associations in one pamphlet that you can pull and read for yourself or give to your contractor. The highlight of this is that contractors are limited to what hours they can come into the community. No earlier than 7:30 a.m., and they must be gone. They must be out of the community by 5:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. On Saturday, contractor hours are set.
Good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody that's here, good afternoon, and everybody on Channel 97, good afternoon. Don Day and Gary Burkle are on vacation and will not be here today. Today, the board sits arm in arm with the business partners of FSR and CCL, advisory committees, district delegates, and residents. We feel together stronger as one, so we will not be on stage today. The format for today's meeting is a little different than in the past. We will take public comments in the first half of the meeting instead of the end of the meeting to ensure all comments are heard by guests. The Master Board's working very hard to keep us safe, enhance our amenities, and protect our financial well-being as an HOA. In August, you will be receiving a survey. The survey is very important. Please take the time to fill it out and return it to your district delegate. This survey will help us better understand who lives in Sun Lakes and how we can better serve you. Summer's in full swing now. That means our insurance renewal and annual budget work begins for 2026. The board has interviewed 2 new insurance brokerage firms over the past month, and they are working at this time on getting us competitive quotes for 2026. Our goals for the coming year in the budget is to have a clear understanding of what our true costs are and to ensure we have a workable, sound budget. Since COVID, prices on everything seems to have skyrocketed and increased quite a bit for all of us. We want to make sure that we are current with our paying our bills and have the proper reserves in place so that when things arise, we're prepared. When the board selected our new food and beverage company, they acted on behalf of the HOA in a proper fiduciary manner. The board will review all major contracts in the coming months to make sure that Sun Lake residents are receiving the very best services at the very best prices. It is our duty, and we will do the best for you. And lastly, our brick donation program goal is almost met to begin the new clock tower project. Orders will go out soon for the clock and the bricks. So if we haven't ordered your brick yet, please submit your brick order in the pro shop as soon as possible because time is running out. Thank you very much. The executive session, Jason? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. This report will give the community an update on the report or on the actions that the board took at their July 9th, July 16th, and July 21st executive sessions, at which time litigation, member discipline, formation of contracts, and personnel matters were discussed. With member matters, the board approved the house account receivables as of June 30th, as well as the assessment account receivables as of June 30th, 2025. The board reviewed one show cause hearing. The board reviewed a master architectural appeal. The board reviewed and approved the delinquency report. The board reviewed one request for a fee waiver. The board reviewed 4 requests for an annual golf refund. And the board reviewed a few letters from members. With legal, the board reviewed and approved the executive session minutes from May 19th, June 25th, July 9th, and July 16th. The board received several updates from legal counsel. The board reviewed costs from a number of collection attorneys and has decided to stay with the current collection attorney, which is MLG. The board approved to send the following to collections attorney and to begin the foreclosure process. And they were on APN 440-010-046, APN 440-010-077, APN 440-083-009, and APN 440-140-063. With formation of contracts, the board received updates from the management company on several items and discussed the progress on multiple projects. The board met with CCL. The board met with representatives from a couple different insurance brokers, as Mr. President alluded to earlier. The board received and filed the project activity report. The board received and filed the investment activity report. And the board reviewed the Sun Lake staff turnover report. The board met with Carla Chung to discuss the association's current and future investments. The board reviewed and approved the ratification of 3 emergency operation expenses to be recorded as reserve items. And these were electrical wiring and the blower motor in the kitchen, as well as some other kitchen items that needed to be repaired ASAP. The board has also approved the street sign replacement. So the street names, those signs will be replaced. They'll be done in 3 phases over the next 9 months. The board has also approved the RFP to go out for the Cheers Bar to be used as an on-site real estate office. If interested, the RFP will be on the public side of the website. So on the public side of the website, there's a little tab that says current RFPs. If you go on there, it'll be right there. So anybody who would like to go out bid on it or submit their RFP can. It's not limited to just those that receive the email that you guys have all heard about. So it is open to anyone. So again, if you have any questions where that's at, you can always ask us, but it's on Sun Lake's website right there, current RFPs, and it'll be there as real estate RFP. The board reviewed updates on the Legacy Brick and Clock Tower program. The board approved the survey to go out from the delegate assembly. The board approved a marketing brochure that the marketing committee has been working on. The board approved a dog park to be constructed at the North Clubhouse adjacent to the pickleball courts on the west side, and I know Mr. President will be talking about this later. And finally, the board reviewed and approved the June to July narrative and analytic reports from Securitas, and both of these will be posted on the website. And the board is continuing to work with Securitas and the Safety Committee on a major incident report to be presented to the community on a monthly basis. And that completes the executive session actions.
At this time, we'll do the homeowner comments. Ms. Walter?
Good afternoon, Master Board, FSR. 2 things. The Community Awareness Program is having their presentation on Tuesday, August 5th from 1 to 3 in the main ballroom. Please join us for a presentation on the warning signs of Alzheimer's, how to identify and address concerns. The presenter is Kimberly Spiegel, Senior Program Manager for the Alzheimer's Association. So this will be going out, and I think this went out in the delegates' newsletters also. I think it did. And then the second thing I want to mention is our Masquerade of Elegance and Glamour, the fashion and luncheon show. There are more flyers out there. This is what it looks like. So if you're interested in coming to this, go ahead and put your envelope, drop your envelope in the decorated box in the lobby. Tickets are $65. Include your name and phone number on each person that's attending. One person from your group must be present, and the lottery will be held on August 25th from 9 to 11. And let's see, fashions are by Daisy Blue and Lush Lane. So if you have any questions, you can always give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy?
Good afternoon, Master Board and FSR. My name is Marcy Tierney. I'm coming today to speak about transponders. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there is an extreme backup of issuing those. We recently had friends move in, and it was over 2 weeks before they were able to actually go around the community and especially go over to the North Clubhouse. They immediately joined the executive course and want to be very involved, but it was of great inconvenience. So I would ask that the Master Board look into that. Now, I believe when we got the new, or it could have been the prior issue of transponders, many of us volunteered. So if you're short-staffed, I, for one, would be happy to come and volunteer and help. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Ken Johnson. Ready to
Master Board, FSR, residents, my name is Ken Johnson, Birdie Drive. I'm pleased to announce that I purchased a brick for our Sun Lakes Joganino Clock Tower project.
Not the Joganino project. No, it's the Sun Lakes Country Club project. But Mr. Johnson, thank you for your purchase.
You're welcome. Of course, we had to have our dog print on it. And as you would expect, the wording is Ken and Jean Johnson, Birdie Drive. I would encourage all residents to participate in this project if you can. I'm excited to see that the Master Board has been able to come to a mutually agreed upon dog park solution in our community near the North Clubhouse. Great work for all those that have been involved. My wife and I continue to support the food and beverage venues, but I'm really concerned that we should have some firm, established project completion dates for the acoustical and HVAC issues in our food and beverage venues. I truly believe once these projects are completed, our food and beverage revenues will increase. Finally, I'm really feeling uncomfortable that we're not going to be and stay within our 2025 budget expectation, and time is quickly running out to realistically develop a budget for 2026. The clock is ticking, and I hope that we'll have one that everybody is pleased with. That's all I have to say, and have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, Carl Miller.
Afternoon, everyone. Name's Carl Miller. I've been here for a short time, 24 years, and I love living here. It's a nice place, and I don't normally come up and say anything about anything, but I had a couple issues that I wanted to bring up, and one was a safety issue with parking over by the pop tennis courts. It's golf cart parking only. And on Tuesday night, when they do bingo, we have they open it up to the handicap to park there. And I talked to a gal last night that was parking there. Matter of fact, we brought 8 carts over so we could take our own parking spots back. And because when they open up to them, the handicap take up all the golf cart spots. But last night, a gal said someone had fallen. She saw someone fall with her walker because it was too steep. Anyway, it's a safety hazard, and I think we should stop letting handicap park over there because it's not made up for handicap to park there. It's not made up for cars to park there. It says golf cart parking only, and I think that's the way it should stay. And so it's one of those things that it's a safety issue. And by the California law, it should be, to make it handicap, there's major things we have to do to it, which I don't think we should be able to. So anyway, that's what I got to say about that. And another thing was the restroom in the main clubhouse here for the pool. I want to see about taking out a whole row of lockers that are never used and put more benches in there for the people to use. At the South Clubhouse, we have several benches where people come in and use them. Here we have one bench. So I'd like to see about getting a row of lockers taken out that are never used and put a couple more benches in there. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we need to get a motion to approve the minutes from the open session on June 25th.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second. Dolores.
I'll second that.
Dolores. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I didn't have a paper. Oh.
Just kidding.
Almost went.
We women, we are trained in walking in heels. Good afternoon, board, FSR members. Well, yeah, there's two of you. Residents, my delegates, fellow delegates, and those watching on Channel 97. I'm here as the delegate for District 4, reading a letter on behalf of one of my residents that is opposed to the leasing of that space for a real estate office. So I'm going to read this on her behalf. She is in Arizona and could not be here, otherwise she would be reading this. To our esteemed board members, FSR, and the residents of Sun Lakes, I apologize not being here in person. I designate my district delegate to read my thoughts about having a real estate office located inside Sun Lakes. As a realtor for some 40 years, having owned and operated 3 offices with upwards of 25 agents, I can see the advantage of this opportunity. However, as a part of CAR State Director and Chair of the Professional Standards Committee, I do not think this is fair to all, especially the independent realtors, those that are not franchises, many that are semi-retired residents of Sun Lakes. Having lease money coming in is attractive. However, there will be dissension amongst the many realtors living and working here. For a typical month, I meet anywhere from 2 to 10 or more of my clients here, walking through our reception area into one of our venues and also touring them through the amenities promoting Sun Lakes. I certainly would not be doing this any longer. It would be like asking my unique clients to meet me at a competitor's office. The amount of revenue lost from me is insignificant compared to the amount of goodwill Sun Lakes will lose. As a resident, I do not think this is a good fit. I think a real estate office inside of Sun Lakes is a bad idea. I think there are other kinds of businesses that could better utilize the space and appeal to a vast majority of residents. Respectfully submitted, Carol Elliott, District 4 resident, 10 years, 2 months, owner/operator, Unique Marketing Concepts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we need a motion to review and file the June 2025 financial statement packet. I apologize. So on the consent on all 3?
Just have him read the consent.
Please read the consent agenda.
So the leads, Chris did actually leave me with a very short lien list, which is very nice. So I only have 2 to read this time. So the 2 liens that the board is going to approve on the consent agenda are for account number 0159-01 and 1862-02. The other items that were on the consent, like I said, the minutes that the board has reviewed, as well as the financial statement and packet for June 2025. And those are the 3 items on the consent agenda.
Get a motion to approve this.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I don't know, someone's making hand motions at me.
It's a A and B conversation. We're not in it, I guess.
I just need a second
We
on
just
the
need a
motion.
second. I'll second. All in favor?
And, okay.
Aye. Okay, committee reports, Bingo Advisory Committee?
I actually, for the general manager report, I'd like to forego that and have Michelle come up and do the employee of the month, if you don't mind.
Ah, sure.
Sorry, I'm doing hand signs over there. Okay, so our employee of the month for June has been here at Sun Lakes for over 20 years. During this time, this employee has always gone out of their way to assist residents with whatever they need. This month's employee of the month is someone that cares a great deal about their work and always puts their best foot forward. Whenever there is a need to cover, we can always count on this employee to step up. Additionally, this employee is a great team player and helps other members of the team when needed. This employee is someone you can always count on. When they say they're going to do something, it gets done right the very first time. There is a lot more that can be said about this employee, and I know there are a lot of residents in attendance today who know this employee and could tell you a story or two on how this person has gone out of their way to help them. There were so many kind remarks from residents. 2 of my favorite comments are, "This person is always so helpful, friendly, cheerful, and makes sure everything is done properly." And the second comment is, "This person has always a smile and he's always so positive and goes beyond to take whatever you need." So the marketing committee is proud to congratulate Jose Contreras on being the June Employee of the Month for his outstanding job performance. Jose is more than deserving of this recognition.
That was it.
Congratulations. Sub-associations. Do we have a report from the subs? Okay. Delegate Assembly.
Good afternoon. My name is Cal Martin, and I am here on behalf of the Delegate Assembly to keep you in touch with what's going on there. At the Delegate Assembly, Linda Spalding has resigned from her position as the chair of the Ethics and Conduct Committee and has left the committee. A new chairman has not been appointed for that committee, but we did appoint a couple of new members to serve on the committee. Jim Nickel from District 3 and Dave Miller from District 5 are going to now serve on the Ethics and Conduct Committee. At the workshop this coming Friday, we're going to discuss a number of things, but probably the most pivotal ones on it are that we're going to discuss and see how people feel about the issue of leasing part of the clubhouse to an outside vendor of any kind. There seems to be some significant opposition to the community, some of which you've already heard. I'm just reinforcing that we'll be talking about it as well. And last would be the resident survey, which I believe is finally authorized, ready to go, and we are ready to execute as soon as we receive it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Do we have a representative from the city of Banning today? Okay, treasurer's report.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, residents here and on Channel 97. In Gary's absence, I'm going to present the financial report for June. This is based on June's financials. So the first income statement for June, of course, our monthly dues are right on budget year to date. We're a little behind in revenue, much of which is related to, I think, the social memberships, which is the $9.50 fee due to a little lower than budgeted sales on houses. Utilities are running ahead of budget that in terms of HOA expenses, a lot of which is the Spectrum contract, which we had budgeted for a lower rate, which we're realizing, but not earlier in the year. Land maintenance is under, much of that is tied to the fact that the golf course is running under budget. So the allocated maintenance, greenbelt maintenance is below. Swimming pools and spas is very close to on budget, running a little bit over on that contract. Planning and compliance and recreation are under budget year to date. A lot of that is tied to labor, an open position in recreation. And then property protection, that's the Securitas contract, is also running about 10% below budget year to date. And common area maintenance, and which is a lot of the repair and maintenance activities and also maintenance labor. And then administration. And a lot of the positive variance in administration is due to collections higher than expected and things around some of the legal fees around collection. So all in all, we are ahead of budget on the HOA. And then year to date in income, and we were positive on the HOA. Of course, golf is budgeted for a loss, but you can see in the variance column it's positive, meaning the losses in golf are not as high as we budgeted, but there are losses in golf. And then food and beverage, which this is incorporating now, the losses running significantly higher than budget. I have some detailed June financials now from them, which I'll review here momentarily. So in total, the HOA has a very small loss in the month of June, but year to date is still positive and we're still running above budget. So just comparison to prior years, 2023 was just about 300,000. 24 was much worse than that. And in 2025, now, as you've just seen, we're over 400,000 year-to-date net income for this year. And this is halfway through the year now. We've now had 6 months of our fiscal year. So in terms of our operating funds, the cash is now 2.2 million, and that includes now that Spectrum payment. So this is very positive news. You've seen the graphs of how operating cash had declined. And so this will affect our liquidity ratio, which you'll see in a minute. We have outstanding bills of 1.5 million. And so now we're back in a situation again where cash and receivables exceed our outstanding bills by 1.1 million, which is the best it's looked in a long time. And the payable to First Service Residential is just under $500,000. So we're relatively current. A lot of that was a deferred, payroll. So the current ratio is that idea of, do I have enough liquid cash and current receivables that I could pay my bills before they're due? That's sort of the idea. We can all think of that personally in our own lives. So in April, our bills exceeded cash and receivables by 158,000. It was worse than that in May, 255,000. And now you can see in June, it's quite positive. Again, the cash on hand being the Spectrum contract. So our current ratio, instead of being below 1, down here in the bottom is now 1.75, where we're recommended to be between 1.5 and 3. So that's all very good news for us. In terms of the repair and replacement fund, we always have expenditures from this year to date. We're running close to budget. Our assessments, the reserve replenishment income is not as high as we had expected. Again, this is due to home sales. Investment income is good, and balance now is basically 12.5 million. And then the capital improvement fund, just for the month, has investment. There are no expenses against the capital improvement fund, so we're having right in the 1.3 million. And then this is a first slide that we're seeing. I'm going to take a chance in Gary's absence, but he's turned this information over to present to you where we are standing, trying to roll up some of the detail, but the revenue they do present to us as food sales, alcohol sales, banquet catering sales, and the corkage fee. So what you can see, the biggest issue really for CCL when you roll this together is that we're not making the target in revenue. And the target was based on what we would have budgeted what we had budgeted for this year with FSR running food and beverage. So we didn't make a new budget for them. Food and alcohol cost rolled together is just a little bit over budget. Labor cost, we're over budget in the hourly employees and under in the salary and management staff, but together labor is under budget. And then the direct cost and the management fee is just about right on budget. So you can see the total operating costs are a little bit under budget, but the overall performance is worse than projected by 66%. And again, that's because of the, really being down in the revenue. In CCL, and I'm sorry, we got an email from Rachel just shortly before the meeting. She's had a flat tire, I think is what she said to her, and a family member who had a flat tire at the same time, and she's trying to deal with that. So her apologies for not being here. But they're planning a number of activities to try and draw all of you into the restaurant and into our activities and continue to grow the business and meet the needs of the residents. So we're running, the food and alcohol cost is on budget, but you can see the food as a percent of sales is higher than we had budgeted because the sales are down, but the costs are about the same. So this is really sorting through where we are with inventory and where we are with sales. So many of you have asked to see, are we getting the kind of details from CCL and financials? And so we did, their first partial month was April, and the month of May we did not, but now for June we do. So, and then I don't have an update for this. This is as it was through May. So I'm sorry, in Gary's absence, now Chris is on vacation. I was away for 3 days. I don't have an update on the reserve expenditures, but I do want to say Jason and I met with this company, software that we have purchased to manage reserves. This should be a really great product. They're going to come out and update. They'll come the reserve study. We're talking about a slightly different structure. For instance, 9 categories in which we have all our things that we own, and we want to try to consolidate that down to about 20 and simplify the process for taking actual invoices and booking them to the component, the item in our reserves that we're budgeted to take care of. And then should have not just a list of expenses, but actually some comparison of what we expected to spend and what we're actually spending. So that's kind of our promise to you about some additional meaningful reporting on reserve expenses. So I think that's my treasurer report. Thank you.
Okay, like she said, Rachel did have to leave. She had a family car problem and a personal car problem all at the same time, so she does apologize. We have spoken with her this week. We had a meeting with CCL. They do have some things coming down the pipe that are pretty exciting with a celebrity chef from the Food Channel. They'll announce soon. Their webpage should be up shortly within the next 2 weeks. It's beautiful. We've seen it. And then they're really forward thinking on the NFL season coming up. And they're talking about Monday Night Football and Sundays and some of the different things they want to do. So with that being said, we're now at committee reports and recommendations. So if I can now start with the Bingo Advisory Committee. Okay. Common area, go. He's saying they can't hear me, and he's saying common area. I don't know.
Oh, good afternoon. As you know, I report all the time about how our committee inspects all the common area, which is what our charge is, the facilities, the buildings, the streets, the trees, the bushes. But one of the things that we really can't do much with is sidewalks. So I'm asking the members of Sun Lakes that if you do you're out walking and you do encounter a place on the sidewalk that doesn't look as smooth as you think it should be, there might be a root that raises a piece of sidewalk or something such as that, and some damage, please let operations know. We try to get those things as quickly as possible. They're definitely a danger, as that thing was just a few minutes ago. I thought we were going to have a major issue. But anyway, people fall, and we need to make sure that we take care of that. So if you've got any problems with that, please give us a call, and we will address it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
EPAP.
Candace Jenkins for EPAP Report. Good afternoon, Master Board, FSR, and residents. The repeater project is on track. The radio team will meet with the vendor soon. For those who do not know, this is the project where the radio team puts new repeaters on the top of the main clubhouse roof. The radios for administration, golf shop, maintenance, and Securitas will use these repeaters to talk via radios during any disaster or event. During the Wolf Fire, there was no communication between the radio team, Securitas, and administration. There was some false information put on Facebook by non-EPAP volunteers. This led to some confusion in the community about evacuation warning and orders. We are asking non-EPAP volunteers not to post on Facebook. Brian O'Grady has invited the past communities to join us this year during our annual drill. We will communicate via radio with the communities that participate. The drill will be held October 16th, 2025 at 10:16 in the morning. We are changing the name of our medical rescue team, MRTs, to First Aid Support Teams, FAST. Since we can only administer first aid during a disaster, this name change more accurately reflects the responsibilities of that team. Linda Myers-Kalb will be offering 5 first aid classes, so please contact her at 951-529-9087 for the dates and times of these classes and to register for them. EPAP has printed coded Genesee maps for the residents. These maps will show the residents which zones they are in. We suggest that these maps be placed in an area of easy access during the next fire. So during the next fire, you can easily refer to them if an evacuation notice is given. We will hand them out at the district delegate meeting. Please join us for EPAP 101 on Thursday, August 14th at 2 p.m. in the main clubhouse multipurpose room. We will have the radio team there to show you what they do and how they work with the other members of our past community. Thank you.
Finance Committee. Golf Committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Callahan, Chairman of the Golf Advisory Committee. The GAC regularly makes recommendations to the Master Board regarding the maintenance needs of our 2 golf courses. These needs largely focus on turf conditions, trees, cart paths, and playability. Home values in our community benefit greatly from this golf course setting that provides the open spaces and landscaping that comes with a well-manicured golf course. Recommendations for golf course maintenance projects are made with the goal to improve the function and appearance of the golf course. The GAC would also like to remind residents of the numerous golf activities to participate in. There are women and men's golf clubs for both the championship and executive courses. In addition to these golf clubs, there are also many golf activities like pass putters, pitch, putt, and play, and Friday afternoon scrambles for residents to take part in, even if you are not a regular golfer. Golf is a great way to get involved in the country club community that you live in. If you have questions about golf activities at Sun Lakes, check out one of the many outlets for information or drop into the pro shop and talk to one of our knowledgeable golf staff. And remember, buy your brick soon.
Thank you. Library? Lifestyles? Marketing?
Good afternoon, FSR. I'm Michelle Walter for the Marketing Advisory Committee. We have completed our real estate brochure, and I know that the board's already approved it, so this is it. You'll be seeing it pretty soon. We're going to have it printed. And our next welcome home is tomorrow evening, July 24th at 5 o'clock in the ballroom. We have 11 clubs that are participating tomorrow evening, and we have 40 residents that are coming to it. And I'm going to give you some stats. The following are the stats on the home sales in Sun Lakes from June 1st to June 24th. Excuse me, July. I'm back in June. Okay, active or coming soon are 56. 8 condos, prices from $299 to $365. 48 homes, prices from $329 to $554. In escrow are 25. 6 condos from $299 to $339. 19 homes, prices from $334 to $499. Closed escrows, 12 homes, prices from $325 to $600. 2 condos, prices from $330 to $342, $500. So if you take the 14 homes or the 14 that have closed, it would be 2310 times 14 gives us $32,340, depending if they were all new home buyers. Total closed escrows in June were 13 homes, no condos. So what went into our replenishment replacement fund was $30,030. And I wanted to read you a little something. Bonnie Seaver is the one that pulls all the stats up for me. And she says, sales have picked up. Inventory has fallen about 20%, which is good. More buyers are looking here at writing offers. Prices are still falling. And there's a little stats that she gives me, and there's arrows next to them. And those arrows in June, 100% of the homes that were on the market had to lower their prices to sell. In July, 100% of the homeowners have lowered their prices to sell. So hopefully this trend keeps going for sales and will turn around. And for this month, 30 of the homes that are on the market have lowered their prices. So they are selling. So we just have to be patient, and more money will be going into our reserve funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Master Architecture.
Good afternoon, David Marshall Keeley reporting for the Master Architectural Committee. Carefully read local building marketing advertisements. You get them every month, you get them weekly sometimes. We who live in Sun Lakes Country Club are a target by companies in their marketing. They consider us as low-hanging fruit, easy targets for a quick sale for their products or services. We desire security cameras, roll-down shades, windows and doors and patio covers and paving, etc. for our homes. Companies can purchase a permit from the United States USPS Post Office. Their website says the following to explain how we get targeted from companies. It's easy for them. It's called the EDDM, the Every Door Direct Mail program. You don't need addresses, lists, or stamps for your direct marketing to put a name on the residence. You can purchase by zip code, choose the demographics and by zip code to a target audience, and they will route your mail to the homes, our homes here, and the post office will deliver them. Whether you're having a sale, opening a new location, or offering coupons, EDDM can help you send postcards, menus, flyers, and more to the right people. And they consider us as the right people. Let me send you to the right department here at Sun Lakes to get help that you need to make any changes to your home. I mean, I look at this as an architectural planner and designer. There's a lot of cool things that I see in some of this mailing, and you like it too, but maybe we can and maybe we can't add them to our home. So you need to go to the Planning and Compliance Department. They'll help you with any changes to the exterior of your home. They'll guide you. They'll answer your questions about Article 7, the specific architectural standards, 7.1 through 7.35. That's a lot of information, but those are the guidelines that we're required to follow to help maintain the value of our community. So you can contact Etansla, the Planning and Compliance Manager, or Edgar, who is the staff person that works with us on a regular basis. So contact either one of them in Planning and Compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Recreation? RV storage.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Ball. I'm the secretary for the RV storage lot, standing in for Dave Puckett, our chairman. We didn't have a meeting this month because we're all traveling, as we all do with RVs. So anyway, this month we did update our charter and submitted it to the master board. But there has been a lot of turnover in the past few months in our lot, and there are only 3 spaces left between 20 and 55 feet. To inquire about leasing an RV site, a resident can contact Julie Jacobson in the admin office. On a happy note, as you all are aware, there have been no negative incidences in our lot for a few months. But in closing, the RV Lot Committee is anxiously awaiting the board's possible action on future motion detection around the perimeter of the lot and the possibility of increasing the patrols at night. We are anxiously awaiting your disposition. This would greatly improve the security of the lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Restaurant and lounge. Safety advisory.
Good afternoon, board, FSR, and residents. My name is Michael Voles. I'm chairman of the Safety Advisory Committee, and I'm here to give you an update on our committee. As we enter into the heat of the summer months, we expect increased activity in Sun Lakes, and along with this comes increased risks. We are expecting more guest visits, more traffic, and more deliveries throughout our community. Unfortunately, this tends to attract uninvited guests. Securitas continues to patrol regularly and enforce access policies, and we as residents can support these efforts by not propping open pedestrian gates and making sure all guests are properly registered at the main gate. Property damage and theft tend to increase also during these summer months. So we ask all residents to remain vigilant. Beware of your surroundings, report suspicious activity immediately, and be sure your vehicles and homes are locked and secured when unattended. Mike Romero, our Director of Security, has updated the Sun Lakes fire evacuation policy and procedure guidelines to be coordinated with Securitas and EPAP. The Wolf Fire in June was close to Sun Lakes, and much of our community received a level 2 evacuation alert, though there were no evacuations ordered, but it reminds us all that we must be prepared if that ever happens. I'd like to give a shout out also to Candace Jenkins and Janice Rice for all you do for EPAP and coordinating with Securitas. You guys do a great job. Elements of the fire evacuation policy report include activation of emergency protocol, gate operations and access control, resident notification, ongoing coordination and site management, and recovery and return protocol. Additional recommendations are training and drills to improve response readiness, gate power backup in the event of a power outage, evacuation maps, which Candace talked about, made available to all residents. Candace talked about. Emergency kits to be, every resident should have a to-go bag with your important documents, medications, and essentials in case we do have to evacuate. And the other thing is we need an updated, we do have an updated, and it needs to be continued to be updated, a vulnerable resident registry, which is an update of all the residents with mobility and medical needs who require assistance. None of us want an emergency, but we all must be prepared. Remember, keep your garage doors closed, keep your dogs on a leash, drive defensively, obey traffic signs and speed limits, and stop at all stop signs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Securitas report.
Good afternoon, residents, Master Board, FSR. Thank you for having us. My name is Mike. I'm your Director of Security here at Sunlinks. With me is Lieutenant Roman. I'm here to provide your monthly stats. This is information you're going to be able to view online as well once I get done with this. So basically, it's a major incident review. The report covers key security-related events across the month of June and July. Following categories represent the most significant types of incidents that impact the safety, perception of security, and operational planning for our community. First category would be police called incidents. We had about 4 incidents that occurred within this time frame, with security officers having to activate 911 due to the following. Could have been for residents reporting suspicious or aggressive individuals, trespassers refusing to comply with patrol commands, welfare checks where a resident could not be reached. I can inform from the internal logs that at least 3 separate calls involved external law enforcement responses. Our takeaway on this is that our role is to de-escalate before external involvement is needed. So in case the call was justified and it's appropriate, we automatically activate 911 and have law enforcement come out to have their way in trying to help us out and assist wherever it's needed. The second category falls under confrontations. We've recorded 4 incidents which occurred through the months of June through July 15th, but others discussed informally or recorded under overlapping categories like resident assistance or police called. All involved verbal disputes, either between residents or with unknown individuals. Events were recorded late in the evenings between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. as the most common time frame window when these incidents are taking place. None required physical intervention, though one was escalated to a police call for safety. The specific case involved a verbal altercation with a non-resident near one of our gates, which was resolved without injury. Confrontations also include disputes between residents and guests, individuals challenging the authority or actions of our security team, situations that escalate beyond courteous interaction. Our team has since reviewed and we continue to reinforce the de-escalation training and body camera use for accountability. My team is always recording every single incident when they're in the field, whether it be issuing a citation, doing welfare checks, or having any type of communication or conversation with residents. So for your safety and our safety, everything is always being recorded, and that's just to protect everybody that's involved in such situations. Next category falls into the suspicious activity. We had 14 incidents that were documented throughout that period, making this one of the highest single category counts for this report. Majority occurred after dark, indicating the late night patrol coverage is critical. Examples would include vehicles slowly driving through the community at odd hours, persons on foot near closed facilities, loitering or repeated drive-bys near community entrances. All were logged under an increased surveillance in affected areas. I've made it a point to increase our patrol coverage in a lot of our common areas and our gates, including the RV lot. We've ramped up patrol inside the RV lot to make sure that the units remain safe, and any suspicious activity is promptly reported to me. I will give directives into whether or not we should contact Banning PD, depending on the situation that calls. Trespassing would be our next category. We had 3 confirmed incidents involved. An individual accessing the community without authorization all occurred during the night shift between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m., prompting revised protocols for after-hours patrol. We anticipate more of these types of incidents as seasonal weather invites more foot traffic. Gate and access concerns is the next category. So we had 11 cases of unlocked or unsecured gates during the nighttime patrols. All were either inoperable gates were officially logged into this report batch through damaged gate repair, which was completed late in June. Timely communication with maintenance ensures that we are resolving these matters quickly to preserve access and security. 6, we had vehicle-related incidents. So we had 3 vehicular accidents and 1 case of property damage that were logged. Incidents were involved with residents. Minor injuries were reported. Nothing major though to report on that part. Number 7 would be fire, medical, and safety-related alerts. We had 6 related matters involving AMR and CDF, which were documented on this report cycle. Categories would be fire hazard, medical emergency, or general safety hazard. All were monitored closely, especially during high temperature months or during holiday periods. So our observations, there is a noticeable concentration of major incidents during the overnight hours this past month, particularly between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. Patterns suggest that most security concerns, including suspicious activity, confrontations, and trespassing, are occurring after dark, when visibility is lower and fewer residents are present outdoors. As Director of Security, I challenge my team to continue improved documentation practices and more active use of our reporting system and body cam usage. We continue to ensure all incidents are accurately logged and categorized in real time, allowing us to better allocate resources and adjust patrol strategies. Continued training cycle was launched back in March. I led that with Lieutenant Roman. We are emphasizing how to better de-escalate, proper incident documentation, and when to involve police when it's heavily practiced or needed. Gate patrol routines are adjusted based on earlier trends and community feedback. Consistent documentation and tracking is underway to capture the true frequency of incidents across all of these categories that are listed above. In closing, I want to thank the board and Sun Lakes residents as well for taking the time to review this report with me. What you've seen reflects not just the incidents themselves, but the efforts of our security team, which is done every day. Often late at night and behind the scenes, we are here to keep the community safe and supported. While we've had our share of challenges, what's important is that we're identifying patterns, responding appropriately, and adjusting our patrol strategies to better serve you. Whether it's a call to police, verbal confrontation, or suspicious activity near a gate, we're addressing each situation and professionalism and care. Moving forward, we remain committed to being proactive, visible, and responsive, but we can't do it alone. Security works best when there's communication and trust between the team and the residents that we serve. If you see something, please continue reporting it. Every detail helps us do our job a lot better. Together, we're building a safer and more connected community, one shift, one report, one conversation at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Management received an email from the chairman of the Finance Committee notifying the board that Steve Von Reich, I hope I said that right, has resigned from the committee effective June 21st, 2025. May I get a motion to approve his request?
I make a motion, we approve the request.
Second.
I second. Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
EPAP request, first aid classes. Management received a request from EPAP Executive Committee asking the Master Board to consider reimbursing the cost of first aid certification for residents. The proposal includes certifying 24 residents per year with the training conducted in 4 classes of 6 students each. The total cost for this program would be $960. EPAP hopes the zone captains and coordinators will participate if the cost is covered by the association. The committee believes that increasing the number of certified individuals in our community will enhance the safety and readiness in the event of an emergency or a disaster. Do I have a motion to approve this?
I make a motion, we approve this?
Second? Discussion?
Yes, with the demographics indicating the aging of our community, the more people that are trained in this area, the better off it is for all of us. I think it's money well spent.
I would agree.
I agree as well. I'll second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Master Architectural Committee rule change request. The management has received an email from the chair of the Master Architectural Committee requesting a revision in Architectural Rule 7.20I. The proposed change involves modifying the last section of the paragraph to restrict the planting of tall bushes in front yards where they could obstruct visibility for carts, bicycles, and other vehicles. If the board agrees with this proposed change, it will be posted for 60-day member comment period, with copies made available in the clubhouse, administration office, and electronically on the association's website. Following the 60-day review period, the proposed rule change would be brought back to the board for final approval or denial on September 24, 2025 during the open session. Please see the attached letter, which we have. Do I have a motion to approve this change to remove the tall bushes in front of people's homes? Apparently how it's explained to me is that on some of the street corners, especially golf carts, their view is blocked. And so as they enter into an intersection, it's unsafe for bicyclists, cars, and golf carts. So I think that's the spirit of the law on what they're asking for the change. Do we have a motion to allow this 60-day period?
I make a motion that we approve the revision of Architectural Rules 7.20 subsection I to restrict the planting of tall bushes in front yards.
Second?
Okay, discussion. Is this, if this is enacted, I'm going to look at Jason, then if you have material, plant material in these locations in excess of 4 feet, you must cut it back. There's no grandfathering in.
No, not with a safety concern like this. They would be given adequate time to come in compliance with the updated rules.
Okay, so this is what we're motioning and seconding is the 60-day comment period to hear from residents. So hear from you if anyone is opposed or has comments or input, and then we would vote to pass it. But doing so means if you have plant material in excess of 4 feet, you will be given a period of time to comply by trimming it. I'm saying that right? Okay.
Yes,
Great.
if approved by the board on the 25th of
Yes.
September. So
Okay.
you'll
I
second
just want to
that?
make sure that's clear. If you have 60-day period to comment.
Sure. You second the motion?
Okay, I did, or you did.
All in favor?
Aye.
Safety Advisory Committee recommendation. Management received a letter from the chair of the Safety Advisory Committee recommending the installation of additional signage, and pavement markings to improve safety in specific area of the community. The committee is requesting the following actions. Installation of stop signs. Approve the installation of stop signs on Birdie Drive at Fairway Oaks Avenue for both eastbound and westbound traffic. In addition, approve the placement of a stop sign ahead sign on the eastbound side of Birdie Drive at an appropriate distance before the intersection. That's number one. Number two, installation of a slow sign. Approve the installation of a slow sign on the light standard located at 1005 Riviera Avenue. The resident at this address has been contacted and has been given their approval for the sign placement. If approval, management will order and install the signage and will also coordinate the painting of the limit lines for the additional stop signs.
I make a motion that we approve the recommendation of the installation of the signs as recommended by the Safety Advisory Committee.
Or second?
I would like to understand a little more about what's driving the request for the stop signs and slow signs.
I agree with that.
speeding in our community, I think maybe the safety chair can mention or address
Yeah,
it.
Mike, if you
Address
could
it. Thank
give
you.
us a little more, I appreciate that because we have a lot of stop signs here.
Yes, there have been multiple complaints about residents who live in that area about speeding of vehicles, not only residents, but delivery vehicles and so forth. And because there's no stop sign at Birdie and Fair Oaks, it's like a runway right there. And if we install stop signs, it's going to slow them down and make us safer, make everybody safer.
Okay, the stop sign ahead sign, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, there's a curve there, and if they aren't aware that there's a stop sign coming up, they might have to brake quickly. So the sign would give them advance notice that there's a stop sign coming up so that they can prepare for it.
Is a speed bump an option, Mike?
That's coming up next month. But yes,
I'm not necessarily in agreement with both.
Right.
Possibly. But it's imperative, I think, that we put the stop signs in. That's number one. Number two, we can discuss speed humps later.
Okay, so Jason, do we have somebody on board to give us legal advice on the stop signs and the slow sign and what the proximity is? Do we have an engineer we can reach out to make sure we're in compliance with California Vehicle Code? Thank you. Okay, I make a motion to postpone this until we get
Have a little more information.
Yeah, we need a little bit
Yes.
more information and do a little bit of background research. So I make a motion to postpone and look into it a little deeper. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did Bob say aye?
Opposed? Aye. I think we could move on, with this because if you want to get additional input and advice, you can, but some of these things are, really safety issues that need to be addressed. And whether or not you want to spend the extra money for a speed hump or bump when you can put up a sign and accomplish the same thing. I think we might be neglectful, and just postponing and waiting and getting another report. My preference is that we follow the advice of the safety chair.
I recognize that, Bob. Thank you. My thought is one of the things we struggle with constantly in the community is people stopping at stop signs, which we complain about a lot, and speeding. And to me, a speed bump actually forces you to slow down when a stop sign is something you can ignore. That's kind of my thinking in terms of actually slowing people down.
If the speed bump's coming, proposal for a speed bump's coming next week or next month, 4 weeks isn't going to hurt us to talk to an engineer to see what they think is best for our community. We have a lot of stop signs in here, and a lot of people don't stop at them.
Partly because there are so many. But
yeah, but the speed bumps seem to work pretty effective.
Mike's going to say something.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I can just add the contour of the street there, you have a downhill grade as you're going eastbound on Birdie towards Fairway Oaks, and so that increases the speed. Of course, the speed hump is going to help also, but the stop sign is going to work up there, I think, more so than the ones that they go through here on flat land. So that's just my opinion.
Oh, I appreciate that. So it was voted 2-1.
Mike. What's that?
We voted 2-1
To postpone.
for 4 weeks.
With a little more information. Not deny, but postpone.
Postpone, yeah. Members' requests. Management received a request for a resident asking the board to consider allowing the May and October community garage sales to be open to the public. This has historically been a highly debated topic within the community. Under the current policy, only residents and their invited guests, such as landscapers, housekeepers, friends and family, etc., are permitted to attend these events. Some residents believe that opening the garage sales to the public would increase participation, improve opportunities to sell unwanted items. To implement this change, Section 4.02 Community Rules, Item 28, would need to be amended. If the board wishes to proceed with this proposed rule change, it would be subject to a 60-day member comment period with notice posted at the clubhouse, administration office, and online. The proposal would be returned to the board for final approval. I want to have open discussion first on this. Bob, what are your feelings on this?
And my feeling on this is that the matter should be tabled. I don't think we should entertain that at this time. It puts us at risk with having people that are not residents here come during those times. And I think the yard sales are sufficient and controlled the way they are currently handled. And I would prefer not opening it up to outsiders.
I agree with you. Opening up our community under those circumstances is not in the best interest of the community. That's my opinion. Do you have an opinion?
Well, I'm compelled to lay this request against the outcry regarding the potential of the Cheers bar to invite people into the community to wander, at will. And then that would be like one at a time, and now we're going to bring crowds of people in for the garage sales. So I'm not in favor of this. It's like trying to strike that balance of allowing the public in and yet our safety concerns about having people in. I'm potentially interested in receiving resident comment for a 60-day period of time and seeing where we are and what the balance is in that period of people who are in favor of bringing the public into our facilities or not. But otherwise, I don't feel compelled to, but we would not be approving at this time. All we would be approving is a comment period.
So I want to stay on topic, but I want to make a comment because you made a comment. If a real estate office comes into this facility, the rules don't change for them. Someone is not going to be able to come to our gates and say, I'm here to see the realtor, and just drive in. They're going to have to be on a list or escorted in, or they're going to have to contact that realtor in advance, just like they do at many other HOAs. So I just want the community to be clear on that. Number two, on the 60-day, I make a motion to deny this request. I firmly believe in protecting our community, and opening it up for public comment is just going to delay the inevitable.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Recreation Advisory Committee recommendation. Management received an email from the chair of the Recreation Advisory Committee recommending that the board direct staff to investigate options for roll-out covers on the veranda. That's the heavy vinyl like you see at restaurants throughout Southern California. The committee believes that by adding these roll-out covers, it would provide protection and insulation during the cold and rainy season, making the space more comfortable for residents and allowing scheduled entertainment and activities to continue regardless of weather conditions. They feel this improvement would encourage greater participation in community events held on the veranda during less favorable weather. I want to make a comment. I think it's a great idea. I've talked to people about this in the community, but I think if we're going to approve this for them to just look into it, I think they need to look into permanent heaters built into the I-beams up above and a misting system for the summertime, so that we really could use that piece of real estate year round. So that's just my two thoughts on that. Anybody have a comment?
Yeah, I think it doesn't hurt to just get some quotes and see what the cost is and get input from CCNL and the Restaurant and Lounge Committee too, to see what their input would be on this matter, because we're not making a decision. We're just investigating and getting some possible quotes to consider it.
Yeah, and if this is specifically addressing the cold weather and rain, this would be the time to do that if we wanted to implement something for the upcoming winter season. It's just directing staff. So this is, yeah, reaching out to companies, getting requests for information, getting some design ideas and potential.
Good afternoon. We're going to call this meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody that's here, good afternoon, and everybody on Channel 97, good afternoon. Don Day and Gary Burkle are on vacation and will not be here today. Today, the board sits arm in arm with the business partners of FSR and CCL, advisory committees, district delegates, and residents. We feel together stronger as one, so we will not be on stage today. The format for today's meeting is a little different than in the past. We will take public comments in the first half of the meeting instead of the end of the meeting to ensure all comments are heard by guests. The Master Board's working very hard to keep us safe, enhance our amenities, and protect our financial well-being as an HOA. In August, you will be receiving a survey. The survey is very important. Please take the time to fill it out and return it to your district delegate. This survey will help us better understand who lives in Sun Lakes and how we can better serve you. Summer's in full swing now. That means our insurance renewal and annual budget work begins for 2026. The board has interviewed 2 new insurance brokerage firms over the past month, and they are working at this time on getting us competitive quotes for 2026. Our goals for the coming year in the budget is to have a clear understanding of what our true costs are and to ensure we have a workable, sound budget. Since COVID, prices on everything seems to have skyrocketed and increased quite a bit for all of us. We want to make sure that we are current with paying our bills and have the proper reserves in place so that when things arise, we're prepared. When the board selected our new food and beverage company, they acted on behalf of the HOA in a proper fiduciary manner. The board will review all major contracts in the coming months to make sure that Sun Lake residents are receiving the very best services at the very best prices. It is our duty, and we will do the best for you. And lastly, our brick donation program goal is almost met to begin the new clock tower project. Orders will go out soon for the clock and the bricks. So if we haven't ordered your brick yet, please submit your brick order in the pro shop as soon as possible because time is running out. Thank you very much. The executive session, Jason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone. This report will give the community an update on the report or on the actions that the board took at their July 9th, July 16th, and July 21st executive sessions, at which time litigation, member discipline, formation of contracts, and personnel matters were discussed. With member matters, the board approved the house account receivables as of June 30th, as well as the assessment account receivables as of June 30th, 2025. The board reviewed 1 show cause hearing. The board reviewed a master architectural appeal. The board reviewed and approved the delinquency report. The board reviewed 1 request for a fee waiver. The board reviewed 4 requests for an annual golf refund. And the board reviewed a few letters from members. With legal, the board reviewed and approved the executive session minutes from May 19th, June 25th, July 9th, and July 16th. The board received several updates from legal counsel. The board reviewed costs from a number of collection attorneys and has decided to stay with the current collection attorney, which is MLG. The board approved to send the following to collections attorney and to begin the foreclosure process. And they were on APN 440-010-046, APN 440-010-077, APN 440-083-009, and APN 440-140-063. With formation of contracts, the board received updates from the management company on several items and discussed the project on progress on multiple projects. The board met with CCL. The board met with representatives from a couple different insurance brokers, as Mr. President alluded to earlier. The board received and filed the project activity report. The board received and filed the investment activity report. And the board reviewed the Sun Lake staff turnover report. The board met with Carla Chung to discuss the association's current and future investments. The board reviewed and approved the ratification of 3 emergency operation expenses to be recorded as reserve items. And these were electrical wiring and the blower motor in the kitchen, as well as some other kitchen items that needed to be repaired ASAP. The board has also approved the street sign replacement. So the street names, those signs will be replaced. They'll be done in 3 phases over the next 9 months. The board has also approved the RFP to go out for the Cheers Bar to be used as an on-site real estate office. If interested, the RFP will be on the public side of the website. So on the public side of the website, there's a little tab that says current RFPs. If you go on there, it'll be right there. So anybody who would like to go out bid on it or submit their RFP can. It's not limited to just those that receive the email that you guys have all heard about. So it is open to anyone. So again, if you have any questions where that's at, you can always ask us, but it's on the Sun Lake's website right there, current RFPs, and it'll be there as real estate RFP. The board reviewed updates on the Legacy Brick and Clock Tower program. The board approved the survey to go out from the delegate assembly. The board approved a marketing brochure that the marketing committee has been working on. The board approved a dog park to be constructed at the North Clubhouse adjacent to the pickleball courts on the west side, and I know Mr. President will be talking about this later. And finally, the board reviewed and approved the June to July narrative and analytic reports from Securitas, and both of these will be posted on the website. And the board is continuing to work with Securitas and the Safety Committee on a major incident report to be presented to the community on a monthly basis. And that completes the executive session actions. Thank you.
At this time, we'll do the homeowner comments. Ms. Walter?
Good afternoon, Master Board, FSR. 2 things. The Community Awareness Program is having their presentation on Tuesday, August 5th from 1 to 3 in the main ballroom. Please join us for a presentation on the warning signs of Alzheimer's, how to identify and address concerns. The presenter is Kimberly Spiegel, Senior Program Manager for the Alzheimer's Association. So this will be going out, and I think this went out in the delegates' newsletters also. I think it did. And then the second thing I want to mention is our Masquerade of Elegance and Glamour, the fashion and luncheon show. There are more flyers out there. This is what it looks like. So if you're interested in coming to this, go ahead and put your envelope, drop your envelope in the decorated box in the lobby. Tickets are $65. Include your name and phone number on each person that's attending. 1 person from your group must be present, and the lottery will be held on August 25th from 9 to 11. And let's see, fashions are by Daisy Blue and Lush Lane. So if you have any questions, you can always give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcy?
Good afternoon, Master Board and FSR. My name is Marcy Tierney. I'm coming today to speak about transponders. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there is an extreme backup of issuing those. We recently had friends move in, and it was over 2 weeks before they were able to actually go around the community and especially go over to the North Clubhouse. They immediately joined the executive course and want to be very involved, but it was of great inconvenience. So I would ask that the Master Board look into that. Now, I believe when we got the new, or it could have been the prior issue of transponders, many of us volunteered. So if you're short-staffed, I, for one, would be happy to come and volunteer and help. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Ken Johnson. Ready?
Master Board, FSR, residents, my name is Ken Johnson, Birdie Drive. I'm pleased to announce that I purchased a brick for our Sun Lakes Joe Ganino Clock Tower project.
Not the Joe Ganino project. No, it's the Sun Lakes Country Club. But Mr. Johnson, thank you for your purchase.
You're welcome. Of course, we had to have our dog print on it. And as you would expect, the wording is Ken and Jean Johnson, Birdie Drive. I would encourage all residents to participate in this project if you can. I'm excited to see that the master board has been able to come to a mutually agreed upon dog park solution in our community near the North Clubhouse. Great work for all those that have been involved. My wife and I continue to support the food and beverage venues, but I'm really concerned that we should have some firm, established project completion dates for the acoustical and HVAC issues in our food and beverage venues. I truly believe once these projects are completed, our food and beverage revenues will increase. Finally, I'm really feeling uncomfortable that we're not going to be and stay within our 2025 budget expectation, and time is quickly running out to realistically develop a budget for 2026. The clock is ticking, and I hope that we'll have one that everybody is pleased with. That's all I have to say, and have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, Carl Miller.
Afternoon, everyone. Name's Carl Miller. I've been here for a short time, 24 years, and I love living here. It's a nice place, and I don't normally come up and say anything about anything, but I had a couple issues that I wanted to bring up, and one was a safety issue with parking over by the pop tennis courts. It's golf cart parking only. And on Tuesday night, when they do bingo, we have they open it up to the handicap to park there. And I talked to a gal last night that was parking there. Matter of fact, we brought 8 carts over so we could take our own parking spots back. And because when they open up to them, the handicap take up all the golf cart spots. But last night, a gal said someone had fallen. She saw someone fall with their walker because it was too steep. Anyway, it's a safety hazard, and I think we should stop letting handicap park over there because it's not made up for handicap to park there. It's not made up for cars to park there. It says golf cart parking only, and I think that's the way it should stay. And so it's one of those things that it's a safety issue. And by the California law, it should be, to make it handicap, there's major things we have to do to it, which I don't think we should be able to. So anyway, that's what I got to say about that. And another thing was the restroom in the main clubhouse here for the pool. I want to see about taking out a whole row of lockers that are never used and put more benches in there for the people to use. At the South Clubhouse, we have several benches where people come in and use them. Here we have one bench. So I'd like to see about getting a row of lockers taken out that are never used and put a couple more benches in there. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So we need to get a motion to approve the minutes from the open session on June 25th.
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Dolores.
I'll second that.
Dolores.
All in favor?
Aye.
She was wanting to talk during the
Oh, we didn't have a paper.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I apologize. I didn't have a paper. Oh.
Just kidding.
Almost went.
Women, we are trained in walking in heels. Good afternoon, board, FSR members. Well, yeah, there's 2 of you. Residents, my delegates, fellow delegates, and those watching on Channel 97. I'm here as the delegate for District 4, reading a letter on behalf of one of my residents that is opposed to the leasing of that space for a real estate office. So I'm going to read this on her behalf. She is in Arizona and could not be here, otherwise she would be reading this. To our esteemed board members, FSR, and the residents of Sun Lakes, I apologize not being here in person. I designate my district delegate to read my thoughts about having a real estate office located inside Sun Lakes. As a realtor for some 40 years, having owned and operated 3 offices with upwards of 25 agents, I can see the advantage of this opportunity. However, as a part of CAR State Director and Chair of the Professional Standards Committee, I do not think this is fair to all, especially the independent realtors, those that are not franchises, many that are semi-retired residents of Sun Lakes. Having lease money coming in is attractive. However, there will be dissension amongst the many realtors living and working here. For a typical month, I meet anywhere from 2 to 10 or more of my clients here, walking through our reception area into one of our venues and also touring them through the amenities promoting Sun Lakes. I certainly would not be doing this any longer. It would be like asking my unique clients to meet me at a competitor's office. The amount of revenue lost from me is insignificant compared to the amount of goodwill Sun Lakes will lose. As a resident, I do not think this is a good fit. I think a real estate office inside of Sun Lakes is a bad idea. I think there are other kinds of businesses that could better utilize the space and appeal to a vast majority of residents. Respectfully submitted, Carol Elliott, District 4 resident, 10 years, 2 months, owner/operator, Unique Marketing Concepts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we need a motion to review and file the June 2025 financial statement packet. I apologize. So on the consent on all 3,
Just have him read the consent.
please read the consent agenda.
So Chris did actually leave me with a very short lien list, which is
Thank you. So again, I just want to remind everybody to please silence their cell phones so they don't go off during our presentations. So I'm going to have Mike Romero from Securitas. And I would really ask you, since we have so many things going on right now, we have so many people, of Mike Romero, could you email him or call him? Answering a bunch of questions right now, unless it's a dire emergency that you must know. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Sun Lakes. Is this thing on? Yes? No? Brett, better? That's better. So I'm going to touch up on a few items that have been brought up to our attention as much as I can, go through this as quickly as possible. But for those at home as well, I'm going to let you guys know what's happening around the community. In light of the recent fires that occurred yesterday surrounding Sun Lakes, we want to take this time to emphasize the importance of community safety and reassure residents that your security team is fully prepared to respond should an evacuation order be issued. Our team stands ready to initiate our evacuation protocol, which includes going door to door to notify residents to vacate, manning all gates to ensure smooth and safe exits, and deploying patrol units to manage traffic control in affected zones. We will also work closely with the Emergency Preparedness and Planning Team, also known as EPAP, to establish an emergency operation base at the main clubhouse. Additionally, we are actively monitoring wildfire developments through the Watch Duty application to stay informed on targeted areas and shifting conditions. Currently, as you know, there's been about 35% of the fires being contained. Thankfully, the winds are taking that fire eastbound, so rest assured it's not coming towards our direction. If the winds were to change, though, just be prepared because we are under evacuation warning level 2. As a precaution, we strongly encourage residents to take a few proactive steps now. Please have essential medications ready, make arrangements for your pets, and gather any critical documents or valuables that you may want to bring in the event of an evacuation. Staying informed, prepared, calm will ensure that our community remains safe and resilient in the face of an emergency. With the summer in full swing, things tend to heat up in more than ways than one. More visitors, more deliveries, and yes, more unexpected guests who somehow think Sun Lakes is open to the public during the summer. While we enjoy the season's energy, it also tends to bring the rise in things like trespassing, property damage, and suspicious activity. We encourage residents to stay alert, report anything unusual, and please don't leave the pedestrian gates propped open. Even if it's just for a minute, that usually is the minute when something slips right through. Make sure your guests are registered through the proper channels and always lock your homes and vehicles when unattended. Summer also brings out scammers who love to pose as contractors, utility reps, and offer special deals. That only works if you those special deals would only work if you act right now. If you don't request service, feel free. If you don't request service, don't feel pressured to answer the door, or feel free to call us to verify if they're actual contractors that are authorized or not. As always, never give out personal information to strangers, whether in person, over the phone, or online. Our team is here, ready to respond, but your caution and common sense go a long way in keeping Sun Lake safe and scam-free. Another concern that's been brought up to our attention is golf cart safety. Golf cart safety remains a growing concern in our community, especially with recent incidents involving carts failing to stop on posted signs and nearly striking pedestrians at full speed. These carts, while smaller and slower than typical vehicles, can still cause serious injury when operating recklessly. Residents are reminded that all stop signs apply equally to golf carts, and failure to obey them not only breaks community rules, but also endangers lives. Pedestrians have the right of way at all crosswalks and intersections, and golf cart operators must slow down, remain alert, and yield appropriately. As a precaution, we urge all drivers to treat golf carts with the same responsibility they would a full-size vehicle. This means no speeding, no distracted driving, and always keeping an eye out for foot traffic. Let's prioritize safety and keep our roads shared and safe for everybody. We also ask kindly residents refrain from yelling or using profanities towards our security team during gate closures. These issues are often related to technical malfunctions, and our team works closely with third-party vendors to resolve them as quickly as possible. So we thank you for your appreciation, and we appreciate you for your patience and understanding. Lastly, as we celebrate the 4th of July with fireworks and festivities, please remember to prioritize safety for both people and pets. Follow local rules, keep water nearby in case of an emergency. Fireworks can frighten our pets, so keep them indoors, close windows, and play soft background noise to help calm them. Ensure your pets have up-to-date ID tags and are microchipped, as we have seen a rise in stray pets here in Sun Lakes. A little preparation goes a long way in keeping the whole community safe and stress-free during summer celebrations. Together, let's keep our community safe, peaceful, and focused, enjoying the best that we can in this summer. Your security team is here for all of your needs. We'll be here to assist you in any way, shape, or form that we can. Feel free to call me. I am accessible to you guys 24 hours a day. You can also email me, like Michelle Walters says. Our email is in the Lifestyle magazine. You can call our office directly and ask for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Okay, so now I would like to introduce, and I know you used to know him as our city council person, but he is now the executive director of Blue Zones here in Banning, and this is Ruben Gonzalez.
Well, how's everybody feeling today? Can you look to your neighbor and say, man, you look good today? Some of you actually meant it, which is really impressive. That was cool, because some of you are not good liars. You're like, you look good today. How many of you guys know about Blue Zones? Let me see you raise your hands. I want to get a quick pulse. Nice. How about how many of you know one or some of the 5 longevity hotspots to which Blue Zones originated? Oh, that hand went up fast. Which one? Loma Linda. I was like, that's usually the first one, right? That's right here in our backyard. Do you want to know why? Do you know why? Go ahead and tell everybody. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, Yeah, and they have a heavy emphasis also on what they consume as foods as well, right? A lot of plant slant based. What about another one? There's 4 more. Let's really test. She's the only one that knows? Oh, come on. What's another one then? Okinawa. Okinawa, Japan. We're the longest lived women, right? Still riding their bikes, about 105 years old. Isn't that insane? It's lovely. What about another one? Anybody know another one? There's one in Costa Rica. Nicoya. Yeah, Nicoya, Costa Rica. There's also one in Italy. Do we know where that one is at? Sardinia. And what is that, 4? I'm not good at math. How many was that? So we got one more. We're in Greece. Ikaria, right? And so I know that some of you, who doesn't know about Blue Zones? Because that way I can kind of get a pulse about, okay, cool. So those are the 5 longevity hotspots. So our founder, Dan Buettner, in 1999, he partnered up with National Geographic to identify, well, he first saw that there was a World Health Organization report in Okinawa, Japan, that these individuals were living ridiculously long lives, but not just living long lives, but really healthy ones and better ones, right? So he was really interested in that, and like, what are they doing? Why are they doing that that's so different than the American way, than all the other countries? And so what they did is he came up with, he had researchers, anthropologists, and a bunch of other scientists that identified that there was these 5 longevity hotspots in our world. And those were the 5, and those are the ones that these people are living really long lives. And so what they did, they conducted data assessments, analytics, did all this scientific-based methods to extract what they were doing, put it in some sort of scientific model on how we can integrate it into other communities that are interested in adopting it, and then creating these Blue Zones projects so we can create all these different regions that are starting to live better, longer. And so that's the origin, right? And so what does that mean for Banning? Well, Banning was approached a few years ago, and we're in over probably about 90 plus communities that have Blue Zones project. So it's not like we're the pilot program, like, man, I hope it works in Banning. We'll just figure it out, right? The first one was actually in Minnesota, and they were able to reduce a lot of the horrible statistics in that area. And so that was a pilot program in the early 2000s. And so now we really have this model that is starting to work and being able to utilize in other communities. So right now there's 5 other projects in Riverside County. We're just one. So Riverside is also simultaneously doing their project, Banning, Palm Springs, Coachella, and Mead Valley. We're the first time in Blue Zones history that we are the first county to have that many projects going on at the same time. So we're really trying to make a difference in our well-being in our county. With that being said, we have a team here on the ground for the next 3.5 years. And some of you may ask, like, well, how long are you here for? And what's that model? Well, our biggest word is sustainability. We want to work ourselves out of a job so that the community adopts the mentality and the initiatives, and we have an entire blueprint that's 100+ pages long, and that's really focused on sustainability so that when we're gone, a lot of those things will continue, right? We have to work with nonprofits, school districts, city council, schools, restaurants. There's a whole slew of entities that we have to work with. So with that being said, I want to introduce our team. So give it up for Robert Seibel. He's our well-being organization lead. Now, I'm going to give each an opportunity to talk a little bit about what their role is to see how you get involved. By the way, those who signed the sign-in list, don't be worried. You just signed up to do a 5-mile run. So just be prepared. Start prepping, stretching now, because we're going to do that in about 20 minutes, okay? No, we encourage you to have our sign-in list because we have a lot of free merch to give away to you. We also want to include you in our moais, which are basically a fancy word in Okinawa for clubs. So we have walking moais. We're going to have even hopefully golfing moais here, maybe pickleball moais. Those are just clubs to encourage natural movement. And so we want you to be included. Give it up for Ashley Radke. She's our community engagement lead. And she'll get to tell you the stuff that she's going to be working on in the blueprint. And then lastly, but not leastly, Thomas Miranda, our public policy lead. So I don't know if you can see it, but if not, it's okay because I can explain it. So we just came out of what our foundation period is, which is all planning. We did our discovery phase that's where the solutions come out of. It's because I'm born and raised here in Banning, and so I know the culture, the demographic, and I'm very familiar with it. But there's our national team. Our national team is comprised with, I want to say, close to 100 subject matter experts in built environment, food systems, urban planning. They are our national team, and we rely on their expertise on how to do a lot of the solutions, but they don't know Banning like we know Banning because we're from here, right? And so we have to partner together. We have to do these interviews, stakeholder meetings, and a lot of planning to get to where we are now, which we're entering on a transformation phase. So we're right there at the transformation phase, which is 3.5 years where we are going to implement our blueprint. And if you're interested in that blueprint, that's another opportunity for you to go and sign in there, because we can share it with you so that you can see what our project is, because hope is not a strategy, and we're not just hoping that it's going to work. We work with the Gallup Wellbeing Index to identify what the statistics are now, so that every year we can analyze, okay, wow, there's stuff that's going on to change. Did you know that right now the national average for the smoking percentage is around 8%? You want to know what Banning is? It's 13. That's not a good statistic, right? So how can we, with working with public policy, to reduce and mitigate some of those? Because yes, we can't put all the smokers in one room and be like, okay, just stop, right? I mean, that would be awesome, but we can't do that. And so we have to strategically do things to either mitigate or minimize, especially for our young people. We've noticed that there's some smoke shops that are selling to minors. And it has a lot to do with flavored tobacco, right? And I'll have Thomas talk a little bit more about that. I won't give away his whole spiel, but those are the people. We are the team that's going to be on the ground for the next 3 years, integrating more into the entities to figure out strategies and how to implement our blueprint. So how you ask, statistically, what they found in those 5 longevity hotspots is what we call a life radius. 90% of where you spend your time, especially Sun Lakes, because you have an entire world here, you really don't have to leave. I mean, you can even get your groceries delivered if you wanted to, right? And so 90% of where you spend your time is within a 20-mile radius. So when we talk about built environment, which is where Robbie is going to be a lot focusing on, is what does the environment look like? Because that's going to change and dictate your consumption. If you're surrounded by a bunch of fast food restaurants, well, guess what? You're probably more statistically apt to consume that. If you're surrounded by a bunch of smoke shops and liquor stores, well, guess what? That's probably what you're going to consume. And so it's important for us that we focus on 3 pillars for Blue Zones. It's people, places, and policy. And that is the circumference on how we can problem solve for the well-being. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce Ashley up, and she's going to talk a little bit more about what happens in the people sector.
Hi, guys. Hey, John. Thank you guys for having me here today. Like Ruben said, my name's Ashley. I'm the community engagement lead for Blue Zones Project Banning. And my job is to bring people together. So how can we as a community come together to do things together, to get to know each other, to meet new people? Something we have happening right now is what we call a MOI. And like Ruben mentioned, it's bringing people together. It's a community, it's a gathering. We currently are doing our first walking MOI happening here in Banning off of Wilson Street and Mountain Avenue. This started June 23rd, and it will be twice a week for 5 weeks until July 24th. So we encourage everybody who wants to come out and walk. I think we did as a team a couple weeks ago, and it ended up being about 1.4 miles. We've had a couple ladies out with their canes. We've had people with their kids riding bikes. So this was the first day, and it was a huge success. We are going to be out there again on Thursday. So if you guys want to come join us, it's from 6 to 7. Our next walking MOI we'll have on the east side of Banning at Roosevelt Park. So we'll send some emails out to whoever signed up to remind you guys about that one. We recently had our kickoff event on June 7th. I know we had some volunteers come out, so thank you guys so much for volunteering and helping us with that event. But if you did have a chance to make it out, you would have saw all the cool things that were happening. We had over 500 community members in attendance, from little kids to our seniors. There was something to do for everybody. It was super fun. Strong participation and engagement. We had special guest speakers from Congressman Ruiz to Supervisor Gutierrez and Nick Buettner. And then we also sponsored a pool day, which was super successful. We had a maxed out pool. We had to actually turn people away, and then they came back later on, so that was super fun. But these are all things that we want to do in the community as far as bringing people together, purpose workshops to really find out what your purpose is. Why do you wake up in the morning? What kind of things do you want to fulfill in your day? So with that being said, I'm going to take it over to Robert, our places policy lead.
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah, my name is Robert Seibel, and I am a lifelong resident of this beautiful city of Banning. And I spend a lot of time in blue zones in Sun Lakes. And from what I observe is Sun Lakes already has a lot of the blue zones characteristics that we are all, shooting for. One of the big things that we talk about the MOI is just so that people can get out and be with each other. So I read a statistic the other day that a day of loneliness is detrimental to your health, like smoking 14 cigarettes a day. And especially in this community where we might have people that aren't able to get out, they might be living by themselves. Blue Zones is a great way for them to get involved in a MOI or in a purpose workshop or anything like that that can help them with those things. So, but what I bring to the team is I'm in charge of schools, restaurants, grocery and convenience stores, and work sites. I think I have the boring slide up here. Ashley gets to talk about all the fireworks and I talk about all the brick and mortar stuff. But one of the big things that is at my core is schools. My mom was a teacher for 45 years in the city of Banning. Our kids are our future, and our kids, we need to make sure that we're taking care of them. So many kids are lost right now. They don't have a purpose in life, which is how we get the crime, the homelessness, kids wanting to buy cigarettes, kids wanting to drink, all that stuff that comes with them not having a purpose or not feeling important or being healthy. So what we do in the schools is we create an optimal education environment that supports and improves the well-being of students, their families, and staff. So one thing that's really cool about is schools is it's not only the schools for the children, but it's also a priority for work sites. So making sure that the employees, the teachers, the staff, the district team, that they are being able to take advantage of the blue zones as well. So enhance student well-being and school performance and foster purpose. Like I said, that's something very important right now that our kids need. As far as restaurants, man, growing up, we had the most amazing restaurants in the city of Banning, and those have kind of trickled away as I've gotten older. And so be able to bring those healthy options back to our community is something that's exciting. We had 4 or 5 food vendors out for our kickoff, and 3 or 4 of them are already ready to move forward with being approved as a Blue Zones restaurant. So that means they have a healthy option on their menu. You're going to be able to know, hey, this is a Blue Zone inspired menu item. This is what I want, and be able to have those healthy choices. So we make it really simple, but create optimal environments for customers, diners, staff, and establishment owners focused on healthy outcomes and choices. Promote healthy food and beverage choices. Promote local produce and healthy ingredients. So that's something that we've kind of been lacking, is having local produce in this area. But we have some exciting news about possibly a farmer's market that will be happening in the city of Banning that we're getting really close on. So that'll be something that will be able to bring local produce to our community as well. So, and then grocery and convenience stores, for the city of Banning, we are very lacking in healthy grocery stores and that are economically friendly grocery stores. So we have Albertsons here, and then we have Cardenas, but they're kind of expensive, and then it's just a Dust Bowl going the rest of the way. So being able to have the opportunity to have grocery stores here that have healthy options, that people can shop, from our whole city, not just one area. So that's very important to us. And then work sites, create an optimal work environment that supports and improves the well-being of employees, employers, and their families. So develop well-being leaders, amplify policies, benefits, and well-being programs. So what's awesome about the way we do this is that you have this local team, you have the national team above us, and then we have a steering committee that, like Michelle is a part of, that is able to help navigate some of the things in our community. And then what we also have is a sector committee. So each one of us have sector committees that we need people like yourselves to volunteer for and help being part of those committees and how our community is going to be shaped around these 4 items. So if you're a school teacher, if you're a school administrator and you're retired, or you owned a restaurant, or you were in charge of a grocery store, managed a grocery store, if you owned a business, all of that expertise that you guys have, we need that. So I need to see everybody that got a Frisbee, a towel, a sunglasses that are in the back. Who got those? It's empty, so I know people got them. So you guys have just signed up for our first sector committee. I appreciate you guys. But no, we need people from this community to be involved because this is really how we're going to shape our city. That's how we're going to shape Sun Lakes and how Blue Zone impacts it. So we have a sign-up sheet back there. If you have more questions or concerns or anything you want to ask, I'll be around. Make sure you come up to me, and I'll be glad to answer any questions for you, okay? And I'm going to turn it over to my buddy, Tomas.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon. Now, I'm just going to make this quick because policy can go a long way. Everybody knows that, right? But just wanted to kind of brief you on the 4 sectors that we kind of look at that was assessed from the Blue Zones assessment phase. So built environment, food systems, tobacco, and alcohol were all the 4 policies that we're going to focus on. Built environment is just an example of safe routes to school. Safe routes to school, for an example, is how can we make an intersection more walkable, or certain sidewalks more walkable, restriping lanes, restriping bike lanes for kids to use to get a safer and a fun and healthier way to get to school. And not for that, also designing and installing local signage at Gilman Ranch. That's one of our policies that we're going to be working on, and we're working with the county right now to try to implement those. Say wayfinding. Did anybody know that Gilman Ranch had a hiking trail that you can go to now? Did anybody know? Anybody know about it? Well, it's beautiful. It is beautiful. It is a kind of a steep slope, but it's a good workout for sure. Food systems. We're looking at the farmers market. How Robert says, we all tie in together here from people, places, and policy. And the food and the farmers market. It's my job to make sure it is accessible to everyone in Banning, from Sun Lakes to the east side to north side and all the surrounding communities. So also making it more accessible to lower income families on the east side and all around Banning in general, but having them have market match where the county, if you have EBT or SNAP, they double down on the produce that you buy out at a farmer's market. So you go buy $20 of produce at the farmer's market, you're going to get $40 worth. That's the systemic change we're going to make within the farmers market on a policy side. How can we make it more accessible to empower everyone to go get those healthier options and make it the easy choice? Food pantries, trying to implement some policies with them and get them a little bit more up to date on their policies to integrate more healthier nutritious items. So a lot of people who can't buy those groceries or can't afford groceries for a week or a month, or if they're going through tough times, they can go to the food pantry and get get all their nutrition needs at that food pantry with food boxes or different perishables that they can receive from there. Tobacco. Actually, I just found this out. I just read the city ordinances that we want to kind of, at Blue Zones, we want to kind of make it a little bit more non-accessible to youth to not get flavored tobacco in their hands and sell at an early age. Because if you're under 21, you're not supposed to be smoking tobacco, right? So in the city of Banning, you have 3 offenses within a 6-month period. Once that 6-month period of one offense is done, it kind of refreshes. It's like a restart. So you may still have 2, but you go back to 3 after the 6 months of the first one, right? So you have these increments of first offense, 500, third offense, maybe 2,500, third offense, maybe 3,000 to 5,000, upwards of 1,000. But there's no cap. So corner stores and convenience stores that sell tobacco don't have an incline of getting their license revoked in the city of Banning. So trying to make those resolutions a little bit more aggressive towards a retailer if they're selling to minors. Also for alcohol, same concept, but also making sure that the youth is knowledgeable and integrating schools into it and having those media math campaigns around the city and making signage more aware at public spaces like parks. Also for tobacco, the same thing, parks, and making a social host ordinance so people are more aware of, you know, if you're giving too much alcohol to somebody, the dangers of what it can cause if once they leave either the premises, a restaurant, or your home. And that's pretty much on a policy overview of all I'm going to be doing within the next year and 3 years. And we'll be more than happy. I'll leave my card back in the table as well if anybody wants to pick it up. And I'll pass it back to our executive director, Ruben.
We'll go ahead and give it up one more time for all the team members that are doing a great job so far. And I'll wrap it up with just these last 2 slides real quick. This is just a call to action to you if you are interested in getting involved. This is something that if there's only 10, 15 people that are interested in changing our environment, then it's not going to work. It's not possible. And you guys have a lot of brilliance and expertise in the audience, so don't be selfish, right? Utilize that brain that God gave you and all those amazing assets and skill sets that you have to contribute, whether it's ideas or joining a MOI, any of those expertise that you can really contribute is going to change and make a big difference in this community. So we have our steering committee, but we still are always welcoming new people for our sector committees. Like Robert said, so many different ones, right? Grocery store, restaurants, businesses, school districts. So if you're interested in getting involved with any of those, please go back there and put your name on the sign-up sheet. Last slide, I just want to give a shout out. This is the reason why we get to do what we do, is because the health industry and the hospitals, which they're all more on the reactive side, right? You go to the hospital because you're sick. Usually don't go because you're like, oh man, I feel great, you know? It's usually because something's wrong. And so these entities, they recognize that the statistical analysis and the change in those other projects they saved a lot on healthcare costs, and it is a huge investment for them. So IHP Foundation, Kaiser, Molina, RUHS, Banning Coachella, and then Eisenhower Health as well. Those are all entities that we're already funded. So we don't have to go out there and beg for money, which is awesome because sometimes that's its own job. I don't know if you guys are in the nonprofit sector, but man, that could be all you do every day is just, how can we get a funding for this and this and that? So we're really blessed that we already have funding for us to do what we do, but there's always opportunities. We also have Congressman Ruiz staff on our sector steering committee, Senator Ochoa Bogue, county supervisor. And so if there's projects that do need help funding, they're already like, hey, I'm ready. You let me know. And so we have a lot of support and backing. So we would love for you guys to be involved. Figure out how we can get Sun Lakes to have some MOIs of your own, and you can talk to Ashley about integrating that. And so we encourage you to have the sign-in sheet so that way we can work together and make Banning healthier and better. So thank you guys for having us today.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Robert, Ashley, and Thomas. As you know, I am involved with the Blue Zone. I'm on the steering committee, and I have to tell you, it is something you don't want to miss. Please, if you're interested in anything, please sign up in the back so Ashley can give you a call. Ruben, Thomas, we need your help. Sun Lakes is a huge community, and we do need your help. So if anybody has any expertise in anything, or you just want to find out what it's about, please put your name on the list and get involved. Thank you again. Okay, so where is Leah? I think she's in the back someplace. There she is. I'm asking everybody to please make sure you don't ask Leah any personal questions. You can ask her general questions, and please wait till the end of her presentation. And I'll have 2 microphones, one on this side, one on this side. You must speak in the microphone, otherwise they won't be able to hear you on our camera, okay? Thank you. Okay.
That's not showing.
Thank you all for having me. And thank you for Michelle for inviting me. When Michelle reached out to my office a couple of months ago, I immediately told my secretary, yes, I want to do that. I love Sun Lakes. You guys have been great to me. So many of you have welcomed me into your families, into your homes. You've shared your personal drama, you've shared your concerns and your wishes, and I really appreciate it, and I love you guys. We've been through a lot together. My first client 21 years ago was a Sun Lakes couple, and you guys have been with me as I moved offices down from 6th Street to Beaumont Avenue, where I currently am. We were together in COVID when we were signing papers outside in the driveway and pushing papers in hazmat suits into your cars. So we've been through so much together, and I really appreciate you guys as a community. And I love you guys. So thank you for having me. So, I skipped ahead. I am not the techie person. Rob was my husband. He's the head of IT at my office. It's great to have him at home because I can have him fix things right away. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, talk about what probate is. I'm going to talk about common estate planning documents, why most people come to me. We're going to talk about some issues if you already have an estate plan, things that you need to look out for. And some common misconceptions that people have about what I do or about the probate law. And at the very end, we'll talk about questions. I don't mind personal questions, but if you want to do it afterwards, that would be better so we don't get into your personal things, because this stuff is so highly specific to your guys's situations, how much money you have, how your family gets along, all that sort of thing. So that would be better talking to me. But I will stay afterwards and answer those kind of questions. And we'll have general questions and such after the presentation. So a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Beaumont. I graduated from Beaumont High School in 1997. I was locally educated. I come from a long line of people that grew up here. My grandma, Emily Gow, was born in Beaumont in 1910. She had the AAA towing business in Banning, where Ramsey Street Ford went. She had a Chrysler dealership before that. I think now it's a Caliber Collision. But she lived with me up until her death, or for 2 years before her death, when she was almost 102. And my parents also are local. They have businesses here. My dad was a roofer. My mom's helped with that. They own apartments and had a laundromat and that sort of thing. And they're still local. I have 4 kids. I'm married to Rob that you saw setting up my computer. He works for a software company and he's also in law school. So I told him, hey, as you're approaching retirement, I know where you could work. So why don't you start going to law school now? And then when you're ready to retire, you can just come hang out with me. So that's my master plan. And we have 4 kids. My oldest one is 23 years old. She's a 3rd grade school teacher at Sundance. That's right up the street from you guys. I have the next one is at the University of Redlands. She said she wanted to be a lawyer. Now she's rethinking it, thinking business, but I think she'll come around. My next child is my son. He's 17 years old. He's going to be a senior in high school. He wants to be a lawyer, but he wants to do something that makes a ton of money. So mergers and acquisitions or something like that. I don't know what he's going to do. He's the financial guru, though, of the bunch. And the little guy is 4. So she runs the show. When she grows up, she says she's just going to be a worker at mommy's office. And she loves coming to work with me. So some people have seen her. She loves greeting you at the door and telling you to please have a seat. That's her big job. So I share this with you because I'm a better attorney because of my relationships. I've been a grandmother. I've cared for an ailing person who had her mental faculties up until the time that she died. I'm also a daughter. My parents now, my dad has Alzheimer's. He had a stroke last August. He's now in hospice. So I've been on that side. I've watched my mother be a caretaker for my dad. I know that struggle. I know the resources that you need, and I try to make it easier for you in my job. But I've also been a daughter and a mother. I know as a parent, I know your concerns. I know family dynamics. I know family drama. And I have ideas for how to help it. In 21 years, I've kind of heard it all. And I try to share my experience with you to make things go as smoothly as possible for you. So this weekend, my family's growing. My oldest daughter was just proposed to this weekend. So that's exciting news. And her fiance is Randy, who actually works at the office with me. He's a paralegal now. He's been working there several years and he's going to law school. So he's a great guy and we're happy to have him. If some of you have met him, he's the nicest guy possible. He's good to have. I'm not following my slides. There we go. So this is a picture of the key people at my office. Randy's the guy in the middle. He was the guy on his knee in the previous slide proposing. He's the paralegal that's in law school. Dorinda is I tell her she's my boss. She manages my calendar. She makes sure I get to where I need to be on time. She also is the first line person that helps my clients. She used to work at a bank, so she knows a lot of that stuff. Super friendly as well. My goal is that most estate planning attorneys, I deal with them. I know they're boring, they're dry, some of them are stuck up, they're hard to talk to. I don't want my office to be like that. You're sharing personal stuff with me, hard times with me. I want it to be a place where you feel comfortable, where you'll share things with me so I can help you better. I want you to like me. I want you to like my staff, and I go out of my way to try to make sure that you guys like me. And I want you to be happy. I want you to understand your documents. I want you to understand your options when you guys come to me. I want you to understand my advice. When I give you a bunch of legalese, hundreds of pages of documents, I want you to understand why you need them, what they're for, and basically what they do for you. Most people bring in big binders, 4-inch binders. They have no idea what that thing says. I want you to at least understand why you have something and what it's good for. And in the end, when you guys don't need help anymore, I want to help your families or the people that you've named to be in charge of your estate plans to help them carry out your wishes. So most people come to me because of probate. You've heard people talk about it. You've seen the houses in your neighborhood sit vacant for a long time because of probate. You've seen the low sales because of probate. It's typically a nightmare. So probate, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you land, is very attorney-driven. It's a very attorney-driven process. It'll kind of move as fast or as slow as your attorney. I once talked to an attorney when I first got out, and he said, well, probates are like Social Security, which I don't understand this, but this is what he said. And he goes, whenever I need some money, I just go through my drawer and I pull one out and I finish it, and then I get paid. And I thought, well, that's kind of crappy because the client doesn't know any better because it's all in court and you don't know what's going on there. So it is a very attorney-driven process. There are things that slow down probate that I can't control. I file papers with the court. Sometimes it takes them a couple hours, sometimes a couple of weeks before they even look at it to deal with the paperwork that I file. Sometimes, depending on if you're San Bernardino County or Riverside County, luckily you guys fall in Riverside County, they're a lot faster, but our court dates are set way out. So these are the kinds of things that add to the delays in probate. And while you're waiting, the person that you've named in charge, or the administrator or your executor, if it's in probate, they can't really do anything until they go to court and get the letters of administration that some of you guys have heard of. I need letters. That's just a court document that says that you're in charge of the estate. So probate is, in general, there's a kind of a wide range of probate things. When people come to me and say, I need a probate, I ask, well, what property is involved? What happened that made you think that there's a probate, that you need a probate? Because sometimes it's, I went to the bank, someone died, I went to the bank and they said, we're not telling you anything, you need to go to court. That's usually what a bank says to people. You need letters of administration, you need probate. So that may be true. That usually happens if you have an estate or some money in the bank that didn't have a beneficiary. And that could be easily fixed with just like a one-page paper. So that does fall under the probate code. It's part of probate, but it's not that big, scary probate that most people are afraid of. So that's part of probate. Between that one-page paper, which is called a small estate affidavit, that is good for collecting just like bank accounts or things that are in an account that don't have any money. It goes from there to a full-blown probate that we talked about with houses sitting. And to put it most simply with a probate is the process of gathering a person's assets that's died, identifying and gathering the assets, identifying creditors, who does this person owe money to, paying the creditors, and then distributing what's left. So if any of you have been through probate, and I see some people here that are in probate right now, or the administrator, you guys know that there's a whole lot of stuff in between those things. So it's a pain in the butt. I mean, identifying assets is a pain. That's a job in and of itself. It's hunting down records. It's filling out the records for all of the different financial institutions, giving them all the proof that they need and that sort of thing. That's a pain. The next part we do when identifying assets, we tell the court, we do an inventory and appraisal. So that's not saying, you know, they had this many dishes and 2 couches and stuff like that. It's really getting, you say, okay, we had personal property. What else did we have? We have accounts that are in the bank and real property. So that's part of the probate process that takes time. Then it's liquidating the assets. That's probably the biggest thing that takes a lot of time in probate, because you have to deal with realtors, you have to do estate sales, or deal with the stuff inside the house, the sentimental things perhaps, or just the personal belongings, and that takes time. So that is all part of the probate process. And then in the end, then we tell the court what we've done. We tell the judge, this is who we want to give this stuff to according to the law or the will. And the judge makes an order and we distribute the property. And that's kind of how a probate goes, but typically it's about a year. If we get it wrapped up in a year, that's pretty good. Sometimes they go on longer. Why? Either it's the attorney or people fighting, or sometimes it's the administrator. That's just, they have a hard time. They have things going on with their own lives. They'll get to it when they get to it. And that sometimes happens. So in between the small estate affidavit, that 1-page thing where you get stuff from like a bank or something, and a full-blown probate, there are all these different kinds of petitions that fall under the probate threshold, or fall under the probate umbrella, but aren't really that big probate. One is a petition to determine succession to real property, which is now a petition to determine succession to primary residence. We had recently some big changes in probate. And that is where you go to court and you say, hey, we have a house and these are the people that are entitled to it, and give the house to us. So you're still going to court, but it's one hearing now. So that was the biggest change in probate, recently, is the probate thresholds. So here on the slide, we kind of have it. It's a huge thing right now. So probate used to be, if you had anything under $180,000, $188,000, you had to go through probate. So basically it was, if you have a house in California, you're going to have to go through probate for most people. Now the probate threshold is $750,000 for a primary residence. So that's good for our area. Most of us, for your primary residence, if you die and you don't have a trust or some of the other things that we'll talk about later, it won't push you into the full-blown probate. So that's good. The reason why this was done, the courts are overburdened. Probate takes a long time. It's complex and it's expensive. So the state government in the legislature was thinking this is going to solve a lot of problems. If we keep all these houses that are under $750,000 out of probate, things are going to be super easy. So the bad part about it, on my end, I was going, oh no, this is going to be bad. And the reason why is, with these petitions, instead of having like one administrator or one executor that deals with a lawyer, that deals with the courts and such, you have multiple people. So whoever's are the beneficiaries or the heirs to your property, all of those people have to hire a lawyer. All of those people have to sign all the court paperwork. All of those people have to petition the court. They have to figure out how collectively they're going to decide on which bills get paid. They're going to all have to agree that they choose a price to sell the property, and who the realtor is going to be, and all of that stuff. And the bad part is that how the process works is, you go to a judge, all 4 of the beneficiaries or administrators, whatever, you go to the judge and say, put this house in my name. The judge says, okay, and puts the house in all of their names. So I have a case right now. We have 11 petitioners. A house is going to have 11 people owning the house. So, and this is actually kind of best case scenario under this will, because all of the 11 kids were alive. A lot of times you have kids that are predeceased the parent. And so just imagine if we had 2 or 3 of those 11 kids that were deceased or whatever, we'd be dealing with their children. Those children would all be petitioners also. So it would have been super bad. Luckily, all 11 children are living. They all get along. They all are capable of signing papers, and they've reached an agreement. I'm blown away that they're getting along. And the judge put the house in all 11 of their names. So now they're going to have to pick a realtor together. They're going to figure out they're going to pay the bills and what they sell the house for and all that stuff. So to me, that's going to be the biggest drawback, because so many of my clients have one kid or grandkid that they're not too sure about. I don't know what's going on with this guy. I don't know if it's his spouse, his wife, if it's drugs, he drinks too much, he gambles, whatever the case is. Most people, you've got the one somewhere in the family. And God forbid that one be one of these 11 people that is going to have to say, yeah, I'm going to help you and go through probate. Typically that one, if they have these issues, is like, no, give me the money. I want the money, you handle it, and I want the money, and why didn't I get the money before? So you're stealing from me. That's usually what we have. And so that's my biggest concern, is what I think we're going to see with probate, is in this petition to determine succession to primary residence, is you're going to have really family dynamics be huge, because we don't have one person in charge anymore. You don't really get to pick who's in charge. Even if you have a will and have an executor, it doesn't matter. The executor isn't the one that brings this petition. It's all of the people that are inheriting. So if you have charities or minor children, can you imagine the things that can go wrong? So that's going to be the biggest kind of change. Some people saw this and thought, oh, great, I don't need an estate plan now, because who cares? It's not going to be this long, year-long probate process anymore. It's going to be this quick little petition. In my mind, right now, more than ever, you should deal with estate planning to make sure that stuff doesn't happen. Because if you have a trust, or one of the other things that we're going to talk about, it's not going to be all of your beneficiaries agreeing on things. It's going to be your successor trustee, the person that you've named and said, hey, this person's the most responsible. I want them to be in charge. I want them to pay the bills. I want them to decide when it's time to distribute the money, when the taxes are paid for and all that stuff. So that's the biggest thing in probate. So if you have other property, like not a primary residence, that will likely go to probate. So if you have a rental property, that's going to be a regular full-blown probate. And also the judges say, well, if people don't really get along, or you have that one wayward kid, you can force it all to go into a regular probate too. So they're saying that remains an option, but I haven't had that happen yet. But that's new as of, I think, March or April 1st in California. So we'll see how that plays out. So in between all of these things, there's also what happens if there's two of you and one spouse dies. So a lot of people think, well, if there's two of us, we don't really need to worry about it yet. I can wait till it gets down to one of us and then worry about the estate planning. And sometimes that's true. If most spouses hold their things jointly. So if you're joint tenants on your house with your spouse or your domestic partner, or you're registered as community property with rights of survivorship, then you're probably right. When one spouse passes, it's not going to be a big issue for the surviving spouse in terms of probate stuff. But there are a lot of times when, for one reason or another, maybe you refinanced your house and one spouse had better credit than the other. So one spouse goes off title, so you get the better interest rate. That will put your house in one spouse's name. Or if a spouse came into the marriage or the relationship with their house before, and they don't really want to add it as a joint asset, because if things go wrong, they don't want to deal with the other person's kids or a divorce or whatever, so they want to keep their house in their name. That's understandable. So that's a way where spouses can have an issue where one spouse owns things. So a common misconception, though, is people think, well, it's my spouse's stuff. Of course it goes to me. And it might, but it's not automatic. So if you have a will or a trust and it says it goes to the spouse, then of course it'll go to the spouse. But if you die and you're married and you have something that's in your name only and your spouse's name isn't on it, then the probate code has a special procedure for that. And it's shorter than the regular probate, should be nicer than that, when it's called a spousal property petition, or a domestic partner petition. And for domestic partner petitions, you have to be registered domestic partners. So it can't be, there's no common law spouses in California. So it's not like we've lived together 20 years, of course he's going to get it. No, you have to be registered domestic partners. So in this petition, you say basically to the judge, hey, I'm the surviving spouse. This house was inadvertently in his name only because of whatever reason. You tell the judge why. And most of the time it's a refinance in my experience, where people think that it was jointly owned, but it really isn't. And it's because they refinanced it at some point, and the financial company, the bank, took it out of the trust, and you didn't even know that that happened because you're signing papers and didn't really pay attention. That happens a lot. So, so you tell the judge, hey, this person died. Look, the property was our property. We bought it together, and it should go to me. And as long as you can convince a judge that it's really community property, and then even without a will, it will go to the surviving spouse. But the problem arises when you have kids, any kids, because they have an interest in the separate property. So even if you're married, if you have separate property, which separate property is stuff you had before you were married, or it's stuff that you inherited, or it's something that you were given. So if your house is one of those things, or it was purchased in any part by a gift from someone, or a house that you sold before you got married to your current spouse, then that property, your house, has a separate property aspect. So you have to tell the judge about that separate property asset. The kids get noticed. Hey, well, you're going to say, this is all community property. Of course, we thought it was ours. We bought it together, all that sort of thing. But the kids can fight that and say, my dad sold the house in West Covina and bought this house for you. It's really not your separate property, even if there was a mortgage or something like that. So that becomes a problem because you have a surviving spouse in a house that they may not get all of. So you have to deal with kids inheriting part of a house, buy them out or get it appraised, all that sort of junk. What I try to do is tell everyone, stay nice to each other. In most of my experience, kids will say, and I'm shocked to say that this is what's happened, kids say, I don't want the house, it's yours. And they sign something saying, if I even have an interest in this house, I give it to the surviving spouse, and it goes to court and it goes to the surviving spouse. But it's always kind of a tenuous situation. I always am worried with spouses where you have a house in one name and the person dies, because it could turn into opening a can of worms of figuring out how much you got to pay someone else to keep your house. But that is part of the probate process. So what keeps you out of court? An estate plan keeps you out of court. A properly funded estate plan keeps you out of court. So just having a living trust isn't enough. You have to make sure that your stuff is actually titled in the name of your trust, and we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But when I talk about funding a trust, people go, well, what does that mean exactly? It means that your stuff is titled in the name of the trust, that the assets itself is in the name of the trust, not that the trust references the asset. So that doesn't matter so much. The other thing that keeps you out of probate is having something that's jointly owned. So if you are community property with rights of survivorship or joint tenants, that keeps you out of probate. Or on other assets, bank accounts and stuff like that, it's having a beneficiary. So to put it most simply, your stuff needs to know where it goes when you die. So it's either in an estate plan or on the asset itself. You have a transfer on death or a pay on death beneficiary at the bank, then that stuff will go automatically to those people, and it shouldn't be a probate issue. So when most people come to me, they want to avoid all of the mess that we just talked about, the probate stuff and all of the potential complexities that go along with it. And basically what I do is an estate plan. And when we talk about an estate plan, people are like, what does that even mean? No, I want a trust. And that's true, but really there are multiple things that are part of an estate plan that I think most people should have. A trust is really the key. That's the big hitter. That's what says who gets your stuff when you die. It says who's going to be in charge. It's going to provide for contingencies. What if these people die? Then what happens to the things? But a will is also a key component. I have, when you have a trust, your will is just called a pour-over will, and it's just a backup plan to your trust. It just says, hey, everything I have, put it in my trust. Also, powers of attorney